I knew I was forgetting something. You have to change the Twitch title and category. Oh, whoops. How you guys doing? Welcome. Hello, hello. How was your weekend? Hopefully it was good. Which order, John Mega, Theo? Hello, hello. Yeah, I forgot to change my. I forgot to change it. Whoops. I was playing a bunch of it before stream too. I did basically nothing else yesterday. It's tempting to play it today, but I'm not. I'm not doing that today. Oh, back pain's going away. That's good. That's good. The pain's never fun. But yeah, so I was very tempted. I'm at a point where I'm starting to build a MAM in shapes. And the updates are making some what's it? The updates are making it a lot nicer for certain things. Let me just where actually I can just do this because it's gonna be up on it's been long enough. Here, Epic, how you doing? 2024, what the fuck? Or maybe not. Okay. Or maybe it might have just broken actually. Alright, my uploader. Hang on. Where's my screenshot library? Screenshots! Show on disk. Consuming sugar after not consuming sugar for a month does bad things to your intestines. Oh no. 9 p.m. in Cyprus. 9 p.m. That's a little late. See, that's what I started doing yesterday. I'm not doing this tonight. But making things kind of compact and a lot cleaner than version 1 of everything. What is this? Get that right there looks like a nightmare. That top layer looks like an absolute nightmare. Oh my god. Have fun with that. ACs are turned on and coffee is finally ready. Nice. Nice. But yeah, so I was figuring out how to a different kind of factorial, yeah. Figuring out how to compact some MAM stuff. And then this is like one of the last pieces before Infinite. Doing the whole 3-layer thing. It's working nice. It's working nice. So, anyway. But that's not today's focus. Today, we're going to pick up where we left off, more or less, in Tetris Land. I don't remember exactly what I was doing. Well, we can find out. I know it was something around garbage, and I think I had a good chunk of that working, right? Let's turn this back on. Hang on. And connect. SN. Alright, I was screwing all of those too. I need to turn that audio off. Preferences. Audio disable. Yep. Okay. 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 I remember what was wrong now. All right. That was like an off by 1 or something, wasn't it? Yeah, that was some weird, like, a weird thing that was broken. Where it queued up an incorrect number of rows, basically. Where the hell is that? Is that in that's in VS, isn't it? Like down here somewhere? The queue? Yeah, queue garbage. Alright, yep. Yep. Actually, player 1. Alright, we're just gonna take this. Turn that down a little bit. A little loud for me. It's a loud song. Okay, we're gonna see if that triggers it immediately. Okay. Versus no. Really? Really? Sending 1 over triggers it. Okay. Okay, that means I don't have to, like, set up a board for that. That's good. That's good. Okay. Debugger. We're gonna place a breakpoint on queue garbage. Right there. And then we're gonna reload. Over here. Okay. What's happening now? So it should queue up only a single row. Right? Don't think no worries. Thank you, Theo. Thank you. You have a good night. Ah! Bridgewater, thank you for 79 months. Appreciate that. 20-second prime, which means I'm right. I mean, I don't think that's how that works, but thank you. Did that alert work? I heard the TTS, but I don't think I heard the other part of that. Did it work? I'm not gonna screw with it tonight anyway. Regardless. You have a good night, Theo. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Send to player 2 versus garbage tiles. What am I looking at here? You remember viewer? What is this? These are the actual tiles. These are the actual tiles, aren't they? Yeah, I think those are the actual tiles. Tile viewer. Yes. 4 and 5. 5? 5? Okay. Very barely heard the TTS. Well, I turned down the audio capture because the music is kind of loud on the song for whatever reason. It's like only that song. The others are fine. All right, so it's looking for the bottom, I guess, right? Looking for space, essentially. Compare X to FF. It's not. Okay. And this one is compare X to B. That's what, the bottom? Yeah, I think that's like the initial trigger on it, right? And then, aha! This is where it dies. Because I already decremented it by 1, right? Because there's no more to add. So I decremented it again, and that wraps it back around to FF. I need to check that at the top of the loop. Okay. All right, not at the bottom of the loop. Oops. That is just at the end of it. This stuff here. Okay. All right. Compare X to 0. Branch equal. Done. RTS. That should work, right? And of course, I need to do this for the other one as well. Player 1. Compare X to 0. Branch equal to RTS. It should be able to reach. And then this guy is just a jump. Make. Reload. Contacts on your mouse. Oh, I haven't had to do that in ever, I don't think. What kind of mouse you got? You got to clean it like that all the time. All right, this one's 0, so RTS. Why didn't that... X is not 0. No, I need to... I'm doing the wrong one. That's Y. Or temp X, rather. This one here. So let's undo everything I just did. All right. And instead, it's this here. Load A, temp X, branch equal to RTS. And that I shouldn't need anymore. It's fine. Where is this one referenced? Is that referenced anywhere? RTS undefined. Hey, what the fuck here? RTS, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Okay, this one is no reference. It's literally right there. What? What are you talking about? Fuck? Could check before the loop right after the deck there? That's true too, yeah. And then, what was this? Branch equal. Like that, right? Deck branch equal dex branch plus. That's not used. Branch equal RTS. Yoink. Paste. That should work. In theory. Okay. That's 0 now. Branches with RDS. There we go. That's better. And why didn't it... It's not counting down. Why is it not counting down? That should be counting down. What the hell was that? Was it setting it to like the player 1's countdown? That's possible. Garbage timer start, garbage counter player 2. Garbage ready. Well, no. Okay. Garbage ready on both of those should be 0. What happens if I do that? Garbage ready is still 1. Is it not setting that? Garbage ready counter's there. Garbage ready counter's there. Does that not happen? Compare X, branch not equal. Load 96, garbage counter plus 0. Why is that plus 0? Compare X. Wait. That. Look at that. Look at that. Should I be using Y? Yes, I should be using Y. Actually. Let's do that up here too. So goddamn inconsistent. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Oh, right. Right, yeah, I need it for the other player. So not Y, but the... Okay, yeah. So this is player 2, but I need to keep it actually consistent on that stuff. And then these ones up here need to be player 1. Player 1, player 1, player 1. Okay. Try that again. Okay, it's counting down this down this time. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. And now if we go to the top. Nope, go to the top. Change that to player 2. That does the Q. Reload that. Now, player 1, and not on 2, not on 2. There we go. Okay, that's better. Much better. Okay. Let's do that. Why is there a breakpoint there? There we go. Okay, so let's, let's get this committed first, because I have too much shit that isn't committed right now. All right, what's different here? Resets the garbage counter, removes some unused crap. Okay, that's because we were running low on space, right? Running low on space here. Hey, where's B? Okay, we're doing fine now. And then this one, yeah, that one's doing fine as well. Good. And the last one, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Right, and I changed these around a little bit to make the palette stuff over there a little nicer, right? Right, so it's the same palette. I don't have to worry about that. It's right, so because I did the same palette, and all I have to do is change, what was it, like the tile, I think? Right, because is that written every frame? I forget. Tile map, display mode, no, tiles, rights. Yes, that's some of the stuff that's written every frame. Okay. And got a hair. For the coloring, you mean, that's true. The color is probably the bank. Well, it's gonna have to be the bank. But the tile versus no tile kind of thing, right? That's part of a tile right. So it's a combination of both. Yes. Which one was that in? That was in game ASM. All right, so I'm gonna go over here. Game the ASM. And I want to clean up a little bit more of that, so get rid of that and that one. Okay. Gain ink. What's different here? Attacks P1 and 2. We're gonna get rid of those. I forget what drop OK was supposed to be. We need to do the background color stuff, or the palette stuff rather. Sprite palettes. Oh, right, because that's its own garbage update now. Right, and do players and RT, yeah, does that, yeah. Fix that. Check for garbage clear. I think we already do that. Don't we? Spawn garbage mode. What function is this in? State garbage. Check for garbage clear. Oh, that's for removal of incoming stuff, right? I don't think I do that yet. Okay. Update the garbage bar. Yeah, that RT, that up top, I don't think it needs to be there. I think that caused a bug, didn't it? So I had to move it somewhere else. Yeah, I moved it down here. Garbage is ready, turn red. Oh, right, because I gotta change some things. Right. Just empty, count number of rows, spawn the garbage. Yep. Okay, so incoming attacks and drop. Okay, what? Gain.ink. Drop OK. It's only there. Get rid of that. Attack speed 1 and 2. Oops. Ooh, no. Okay. Add that. Diff main. We're gonna add the tiles, or sorry, images tiles 2 dot a sprite and bitmap. Diff main. Okay. Remove debug from that. Was that the practice mode? That was the practice mode stuff, wasn't it? Maybe. Changing around this. That's in. Menu options, menu practice. Oh, all right, I moved those to what's it? Game 2, right? So different bank entirely. And then the NMI does controls PV control stuff. And resets the vertical. Yep. Diff the utils first. Removing the debug and replacing that with I don't know what. Git add tiles 2.chur. Add screens. Versus playfield. I don't need to add that one. I'm not sure why I changed the mode menu though. The mode menu. I'll add it anyway. It's fine. Mode menu ASM. Okay. 2-1. Do you start compared to classic branch so equal? Classic. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah. Classic mode. Got it. I don't set any of that shit for it, so yeah. Diff versus mode. There's the attacks P1 and 2. Those need to go away. Nope. 30. Nah, that one. 31. Get rid of that. These palette things I can get rid of. I think. Game over. Well, I don't do the game over stuff yet. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that anyway. That's fine. Okay. What else? Oh, that's right. I re-rolled some loops. Well, no, that's not necessarily a re-roll, right? It kind of is actually, yeah. All right. Oh, right. That was a very static, like, you know, just static tiles to see what it looked like. so I can get the colors and crap correct and the styling of it. Yeah. Maxwell, hey, do you think AI is going to remove juniors? No. No. Guys, gonna push. Okay. Oh, I need to remove that actually. I am gonna just comment it out for now, though. Do I use it myself? No. No, I did not. I refuse for a few reasons. My garbage. Bar 1, bar 2. What the fuck? What are those supposed to be? Garbage bar 1. I don't know what. Those are the actual addresses, aren't they? Okay, let's move those up to the top. Yeah, juniors are learning what they're doing. LLMs predict what is statistically most likely. Yep. All right. Again. Okay, put it up there. Good. Q. There's that stuff again. Update active block versus. Sure, I remember what that's doing right there. All right, the Q garbage. I really want to like refactor that into one, so it's not like a copy paste for 2 players. But whatever, it's fine. All right. Come in. What? Hang on. Oh, I had stuff that wasn't up on GitHub. Whoops. Oh, and none of this is on Git. All right. All right. Starts implementing versus mode garbage attacks. Yeah. Okay. Players can now send garbage lines to each other upon clearing lines. The number of lines is the number of lines sent is determined by a table. Does it do? Do I do the Hang on. QQQ. Yeah. No, where's? Oh, so it comes over. Game.inc. Welcome back. There you go. Garbage per line. Okay, so it doesn't do multipliers yet. It's only a base for the number of clears. Right? So that's all the clears. Clear rows. Sure, yeah. Game state argument stuff. Find the lowest row. Does the clear with empty. Yeah, multiple rows. Sure. Source the bottom. At the okay, so at the bottom here, we're done. Okay, then that's the end of that loop, and then the clear count, and it doesn't do any multiplication. All right. Let's turn over a table. Currently, only the number of lines cleared are counted. The multipliers and the other modifications for combos and T-spins are not yet implemented. Now, the lack of junior programmer positions is going to have painful consequences at some point, at least soon. Yeah. The junior programmers become senior programmers. There's no other way to get senior. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm a senior programmer now. I used to be a junior programmer. The way I became a senior was first being a junior. You know? It's kind of how that shit works. So yeah, it's gonna bite. I think a few people, a few businesses and whatnot, companies right in the face. Not even the ass. It's gonna be right in the face. All right. A bunch of code was also moved to a bunch of menu code was also moved to the second game bank to free up space on the first bank. The first bank contains all of the code for both single and multiplayer games. I don't know. I didn't know they would eat my face, says person that voted for the lepers eating people's faces party. Yeah, right. And that way AI doesn't remove juniors as they don't think it's needed anymore because AI will replace them. Me, juniors using AI will learn more slowly to even not learning. Yep. And C, dumb companies will use AI over juniors. Yep. AI bubble is already starting to show signs of strain. Thank God. It's going to collapse soon. And once it does, no new models, no free tier hosted models, and so on. I cannot fucking wait. I've seen the video Smart every day about producing a product entirely in the U.S. No, but I know what you're talking about. There was another video that referenced that I saw, where Smart Every Day was trying to, well, it was like a grill brush, right? He was trying to make a grill brush. It wasn't really a brush; it was more like grill chainmail, basically. It did the same thing, right? Cleans your grill, but instead of using the wire bristles, it used like chain, essentially, right? Like chainmail chain or something like that. And he tried his damnedest to get everything, absolutely everything, constructed in the U.S. Right? That's not like to say the like raw steel or whatever being mined in the U.S. from what I understand, but taking that raw steel and making it into chain and forging it into the handle and all that kind of shit or whatever, you know, taking the plastic and forging it into the handle. He was trying to do all of that in the U.S. And the things he was finding was it's impossible. Because, like, okay, you need screws, right? Screws are easy, right? They're dead simple. They're just steel, right? Steel and a mold or whatever, you know? Dead simple. No moving parts, a single material. Getting it made in the U.S. is technically possible, but it's something like an order of magnitude more expensive than getting it from overseas. Like an order of magnitude. All right? And that's for things that like could be done here. I think another one was I don't remember if it was Smarter Every Day or the other video that was referencing it. Something about a plastic mold, right? So for injection molding, right? It's the most efficient way currently to make plastic products is to have a mold that you inject plastic into, right? Or was it the plastic injection, or it might have been the a stamp mold for steel. I think it was that one actually. And yeah, getting that stamp made in the US was again technically possible, but prohibitively expensive. Like ungodly expensive to get it manufactured in the US. And then there's certain molds that you cannot get made in the US, right? So yeah, like no one really understands a lot of the intricacies to global manufacturing. People think they do, but then they just don't think about the little things, like, okay, screws, you know. You think that at least MIT would be producing tool and die people? Yeah. A distinct lack of people in the tool and die sectors was a hurdle for the project. Yeah, and that's one of the things that's like. Now, granted, I have no real insight into this, right? But like, because it's so expensive to do that kind of stuff here, everyone goes overseas to get it done. So that, in turn, means that there's no real demand, necessarily, immediate demand, for people to get into that field, right? Unless I could be completely wrong. This spoke to a company that does injection molding. They told them they send the CAD files to China to make the molds. Yes, I remember that specifically. Yeah. It's like, all right, they say it's they say it's made in America. It's alleged. It's a company. It's a U.S. company, but that company sends shit to China to get made. It's like, well, fuck. All right. I go to the U.S. company, but the U.S. company goes overseas. Did the video watch include the guy with the market? Yes, the barbecue sauce one. Yeah. Where all the bottles are made overseas. Just ask Lego. They make a ton of molds. Okay, well, Lego is a behemoth right now, and they have carved out their niche. All right. And they do their own R&D for stuff, you know. So they are an exception to a rule, kind of, right? But yeah, so a lot of people don't understand that, like, you can't make any one thing in one location. So technically the parts they make are made in the US, but they get tools and parts that are used to make them from overseas. Yeah. So yeah, it depends on how, I don't know, anal you want to be about it. I don't know. And then again, the whole reason why China is a large manufacturing producer. That's not the right phrase. Why they do a lot of manufacturing and they can do a lot of this stuff, right? Has a lot to do with when they started getting into that sphere. And the fact that they concentrated a lot of the manufacturing physically close together. Whereas in the States, everything's a different goddamn state. China's manufacturing as a service. Yes. Yeah. Like a bunch of the videos I've seen, including the one from Gamers Nexus about same idea, but concentrated on building computers and stuff, right? So the computers are made in the U.S., but that's only the last step, right? That's only the assembly of the other parts, right? Everything else is in China. Everything else is in China. Because in China, I mean, the person that makes the screws is a block away from the person that's using the screws, right? The person, the company that's building, you know, a motor or whatever is being used a block down, right? Whereas here, like, that's not happening. Taipei don't. Designed in California, assembled in China. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we just do not have the infrastructure for it here in the States, like, at all. China's been building the infrastructure for decades. And we are decades behind in that space. Can it be built up? Sure. It's gonna take a lot of time and money, though. If no one wants to spend that time or money. So, yeah. Anyway, oops. Push that up to the wall. They also have a lot of people willing to do the work for cheap enough to offset the shipping costs. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, so that's something that, like, really pisses me off about one of the most common arguments you hear in the U.S. The U.S. actively dismantled their infrastructure. Exactly, right? So immigration is always, like, a hot topic here, right? And one of the arguments for trying to get these people out are, oh, they're stealing our jobs. And I'm like, no. They're working jobs you won't work. So go to hell. My grandmother even said, my grandmother's been retired for like 30 years, right? And she had that argument, right? Oh, they're stealing jobs. I cut her off. I go, what job? You're retired. They ain't stealing anything from you. You're done. Shut her right up. Stealing your jobs. Okay, here's an application you can fill out. Chop chop. Right? Aren't farmers having that realization right now? After a lot of their workforce is getting rounded up and deported. Like, oh shit, no one's here to, like, milk the cows or work the field or whatever, pick the shit. And any stereotypically, how do I want to say this without being terrible? Anybody that has that argument of they're stealing our jobs will not work that job. They're not the ones out in the field. They're not the ones milking the cows, because they are above that or whatever. Well, okay, if you deport everyone that doesn't feel they're above that work, who the fuck's gonna do it? I mean, it's gonna leave us beneath the average U.S. Yeah, exactly. In their eyes, exactly. I reckon most people that depend on cheap labor from illegal immigrants are the ones most against illegal immigrants. Yeah, and it's incredibly hypocritical. Incredibly. I call it out whenever I see it too. But anyway, you're right. Went off on a fucking tangent. Oh, fucked out of ignorance. Yeah. In a way, I mean, that's kind of, we're kind of struggling with that a little bit at my day job as well, right? So at my day job, there's two department types, right? Two job class categories. We'll call them job categories, right? One where you're sitting at a desk all day doing something on a computer or phone, whatever the hell, right? That's what I do. That's what the customer service representatives do. They talk to clients. That's what data processing does. They process jobs, all computer stuff. And then there's production, right? Which is running the machines, inserting mail, hand inserting and folding mail. And it's all like on your feet all day, mostly, right? We're unable to find a lot. We're unable to find work. Not work. People to work a lot of these positions. And the people that do work these positions, the vast majority of them, are a minority of some sort. What Slugs? How you doing? The only upside I can see is maybe a boost in farming automation research and use when the cheap work disappears and no one wants the jobs. I mean, that won't solve it. That really won't. Because we already have a lot of automation in farming. People still need to be there to work the machines. It's still a intensive labor. It's labor on your feet all day. But a lot of your a lot of people are complaining about people. A lot of people that don't do these jobs just want to sit in an office somewhere. Ignorance is part of it, but I think prejudice is another. Yeah. Yeah, and technology can only go so far, right? Technology can only go so far. And it's kind of, though to a lesser extent, it's kind of what, like, they're trying to do with AI, right? What managers and the higher-ups are trying to do, use AI, use technology to get rid of the riffraff, right? To get rid of the people on the lower end of the org chart, right? The organization chart. It always backfires, And we're seeing a post somewhere, right? I think it was a screenshot of a Reddit post or some shit like that, right? Where this guy had, I hesitate to use the word written, generated a bunch of software in, I don't know, fucking Python probably, through an AI tool, right? It was something like, 40 to 50,000 lines of code, and it barely functioned, right? But it did do what this poster wanted it to do. So he was asking like how much it would cost to have someone that knew what the fuck they were doing look at the code, professional look at it. Maybe they can have some insight. Because this guy could barely probably type, let alone program. He admitted as much as himself. He didn't program. And I'm just sitting back laughing like, what makes you think anyone is going to touch that with a 10-foot pole without a stupid amount of money? Tech ain't gonna be picking delicate fruit from plants in the field at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Yeah. Unlike humans, machines are not that great at doing the same thing. But with a ton of tiny differences between each operation. Yes. Exactly what a professional wants to do. Real AI slop. Yeah. Hey, slop. Yummy. Yummy. But yeah, and another thing that people don't really grasp is computers or a machine will do exactly what you tell it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Right? So a task that is simple for a human, right? Pick this fruit, put it in the basket. Dead simple instructions for a human can become extremely complex to get correct for a machine to do properly. Right? Quintuple more rate to even talk to them. Yeah. Yeah. I think with most professionals, it would probably cost less to remake it from scratch than fixing the AI slop. 100%. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Humans will also learn and remember. That is true too. Yes. Yeah. And they'll and get better at the task, right? Whereas a machine, if it starts up and it does the task shitty, it's gonna do it shitty until it turns off or breaks, right? Machine ain't gonna get better. It's only gonna get worse by wearing out. You know, it's just downhill from here. Don't we know that AI is actually Indians, anyways? God, I still can't. Well, I can believe that Amazon did that. That's hilarious and sad at the same time. You know. Oh yeah, it's totally AI. No, it's a call center that's got cameras watching everybody and just manually entering stuff in. No. Machines could learn to do the task better over time, but that would require a fitness evaluation function for how well the task is being done. Add on the complexity right there, yeah. Machines can be made to learn and remember, but you can't easily guarantee that they will learn to do better. Make it worse instead. Yeah. Yeah, that all depends on your fitness evaluation function, right? If that works properly. It's counting, if it's looking at the wrong parameters, you get something that's completely wrong, but it thinks it's good, it's better. Yeah. There's still so much labor which can be automated, but it is still cheaper done by humans in certain parts of the world. In a lot? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Also, the architectures used for machine learning are typically less flexible than those used by brain meats. Brain meats. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of people that are trying to push AI do not understand a lot of the nuance of how this shit works. And it's really frustrating to go against, you know? My boss is a royal pain in the ass to go against with this. Because he brings it up less. He hasn't brought it up in a hot minute. Because whenever he does, I aggressively disagree. Sounds like an insult. Yeah. When I mentioned, like, the first time that he brought it up, everyone's thoughts of using AI to help translate the PLB to something new, I aggressively refused to touch it. I told him I refuse to work with AI generated code. Period. Full stop. No, you cannot convince me otherwise. And here are my reasons. And it was shit he didn't even think of. Because of course he didn't, because he doesn't think. The big one being PLB is an ancient language that does things in a certain way. If, let's just go out on a limb and say this AI or whatever the fuck will perfectly translate it from PLB to Go, or PLB to Python, PLB to C++, whatever the fuck. It can do it perfectly. Fuck it. For the sake of argument, let's just say that. That's going to be a PLB program in Go now. You know, well, what do you mean? That doesn't sound too bad. I go, yeah, it does. PLB is fixed everything, fixed length. You want to do a variable length of an array, a variable number of items, you write that out to a file. Fuck you. Write it out to a file, read it back in. You don't want to be doing that in a different language. You just, no. Absolutely not. And then he finally went, oh yeah, okay, that does make sense. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, humans actually using the brains? As the saying goes, a real programmer can write Fortran code in any language. Exactly. Oh, man. My boss still uses the term AI for things that are technically machine learning. Right? Oh, AI is in our firewall. Not that kind. For my first encoding, AI is starting to work fairly well for some tasks, but I still don't want to touch it because my objections aren't all based on how well it works. Yeah, exactly. So, again, giving it the suspending our disbelief for a minute, right? And saying the AI can do XYZ perfectly, right? So now you use it to do XYZ all the time. Your brain atrophies. Sooner or later, you forget how to do XYZ. And everything in tech is building off of prior knowledge. Everything. So that cuts off so much shit that you'd be able to do down the line that you need to relearn shit that you've forgotten. You know? Technically, he's correct, as AI is just an umbrella term for all these kinds of things. Yes, but I hate the fact that he's using that because he doesn't know the fucking difference. He doesn't. He claims he does, but he uses both of them interchangeably all the time, and it pisses me off. The tasks that coding AIs are starting to work well at are the same tasks that non-AI automation can already do, and have been able to do for decades now. You gonna bring up like C++ templates or something? Machine learning is great. You have to hire smart people to get it though. The LLMs you can hire stupid. You won't get very far with LLMs though. LLMs and stupid people. Anyway, what was I? Anyway. Come on. All right, let's get to some of the other combo things for what's it? For queuing stuff up. Apparently, agentic. Am I saying that right? Agentic AI is late phase AI hype cycle stuff. I never even heard of that. Never even heard of that. What? All right. Was it 99 and Puyo Puyo? I think was the two I was looking at, right? As in, we've had multiple AI hype cycles by now, and this is a known phase. Yeah. Actually, I remember watching a video the other day that if you just like read the title or whatever, right? It sounds like it's a video about the modern AI landscape, but then you watch it, and it's like, so Lisp machines, guys, in the 70s? It's like, wait, hold up, stop, what? No. Why does this all sound familiar? Fuck you, what? No, stop it. Because it's the same shit in the magazines and all the headlines and whatever, right? Of like, oh, we don't have to do anything anymore. So this will do absolutely everything. Yeah. It's really weird. It's weird reading that stuff that like could be a current headline, but from like the 70s. Anyway, versus mode. No. Garbage. This one. Okay. And over here, garbage. So currently I only do the first 4 rows, right? These guys here. I need to add in combos. At least one line with several pieces in a row. The second consecutive line clear increases the combo to 1, third to 2, so on. Yes, kind of a huge amount of lines. So okay, what's the multiplier? Is that great? Why do I still need to label data for them to doing a captcha? Do you ever? Yeah, there's one clip of Neurosama and fuck. Who are the two streamers in that? I think it was like Fillion and Vettel, where they're doing like a buying stream, right? So they're on Amazon or whatever the fuck, and Neuro, the AI VTuber, whatever the hell, is the one that's giving a go no go to buy a thing, right? And at one point, one of those captures like pops up, right? And it's not like an enter the letters or find the bikes or whatever. It's, hey, in this image, find the drums kind of thing. You got to click on the drums. And she solves it in like one try, right? And it's like, wait, hang on. These captures are actually useless. Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait a minute. We've been going about this all wrong. Shit. Wait a minute. Yeah, solves it live on stream in one try. It's like, oh, okay. All right. Neat. Oh. Okay. Combo. Garbage collection. Garbage blocking. I need to do that. Okay. I don't care about KOs. Oh, combo. Oh, garbage right there. Garbage per combo. There. Okay, so combos 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so for 11 or more, it'll be +5. How about that? Yeah? Maybe? Garbage per combo. Oh. Right here. 10 + 5. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. Okay. So Q garbage. That is the only place that is calculated. All right. Load that. Branch equals 0. Okay, so if you have a combo but only clear one line, does that mean it sends it? Yes. Single line clear, no initial send, but you got a one combo, so it sends +1, so it's total send to +2. Okay. Charge per line. Add carry. What the hell is it? Is it just combo? Combo tiles. Combo. Combo Y. No, Q. Lines in X, player in Y. Okay. No. That, shit. I need to... Nope, I need to load combo. put that in X. Load A. And then load a garbage per combo at X. Clear carry. Add carry. Ooh, no. Shit. I can load X this, right? This is in BSS. Load X combo Y. Add carry that. All right. Clear carry. Load A garbage per line. Load X. Combo Y. This makes me think I'm not allowed to do that. That's only like 0 page, right? I bet you it's only 0 page. So we're gonna take that and put it in 0 page. Beautiful. Fix that. Clear count. We're gonna do the same thing. So I can just load X like that. LDX does support absolute X and Y. No, I just changed it anyway. But is it only for 0 page X? Or 0 page? Well, that wouldn't be absolute, actually, but whatever. Yeah. I'm not really all that surprised, to be honest. That's still funny. And from what I've heard, Neuro's a rather complicated system made with a lot of care, not easy to replicate myself. Yeah, so Vettel puts a lot of work into Neuro. A lot of work. Yeah, so she can interact with all kinds of things. Like, she can play fucking Minecraft and shit, right? I found out the other day. Zentreya, she uses a voice-to-text to speech system, right? Where she talks, it transcribes that into text, and then it takes that and dictates that with I don't know, text-to-speech, right? I guess it was like a 10-second delay between her saying something and the speech actually happening, right? And I guess, like, Vettel saw a stream or something like that, or was watching, and he's like, holy shit, this delay is terrible. Give me a minute. Hang on. I'm going to fix this. So apparently Vettel and her tech got to work and got the delay down to, like, only a few seconds, if that. So she can, like, have more natural conversations. And I guess fixed a bunch of other bugs and shit, too. Yeah. It made her very happy. She was talking to, Ariel? Froggy? I forget who. Talking to someone, and, another person was very unused to the short delay. He was throwing her off. He's like, wait a minute, wait, you're talking too fast. Wait, hang on, you're replying too fast. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Because, yeah, the delay, like, once you know what to look for, it's plain as day, you know? Like, she'll do an action, because she'll have, like, full body tracking, right? She'll do an action, like, walk away, right? And then you'll hear what she said during that action, like, 10 seconds later, right? It's very noticeable. But, yeah. I still remember. I was watching compilation. Well, not really compilation, but like a highlight reel for one of her streams, where she. What was it? She bought some brownies from the store, but didn't realize that they were pot brownies. And she also got alcohol. So she's drinking, getting drunk, and then has a brownie. And then after a little while, realizes, oh, this isn't a normal brownie. Oh, no. And her reactions on stream are fucking hilarious. So it's like in like, you know, one of those like plastic tray kind of things, right? So she's in a call, right? And there's a game going in the background that she's not paying attention to anymore, which, whatever, fine. So she's in a call with like one or two other people, right? Two other people. And the other two people are talking, doing something. But one of them has her stream open, right? And she sees Zen pick up the tray and open it, right? And then like go to grab another brownie, right? She sees that and goes, Zen, put it down! Put the brownies down! You can just see her like jump. It's like, oh no, you didn't say anything. Zen, put him down! Oh, it's really funny. It's really fucking funny. Very expressive too. Surprisingly expressive, actually. Oh, I actually wanted that open, didn't I? SP, and then game.inc. Okay, so to test this, go back to the queue. Do that. So we're gonna send over 0. No. Ooh, I need to actually. That needs to be in that. I need to set up 2 single line clears in a row. All right. Now I play this for 20 minutes trying to get that. All right, 2 single line clears in a row. Okay. I can get this. If I do this one, that's a single line clear. Gives me the combo. Then I do this one. That's another single line clear. Should give me 1. Good. Fantastic. Beautiful. Okay. Good. And then another combo. Gives another one. Because 1 and 2 were 1, right? 1 and 2 are both 1. 3 and 4 are 2. Okay. I'm not going to have... Well, actually... No, I'm not going to... Okay, I don't have it set up for a third. So that's going to clear the combo. 0. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that again now. But that was good. We confirmed that. Tested it working. More like. Another one. Good. Another one. So this should be... That's 2. Yep. And again, I don't have enough for a combo of 3. Oh well. That's good though. That's good. Okay. Teaspins. So these are going to be harder to test because I can't set that up very well. Initial shape setup for milestone 2, 14,000 items at 60 a minute. Oh my god. Jamaica, the difficulty you're playing on, does that require item per minute to clear? Or just a count? No? Okay. One thing though, did you check that your combo count isn't larger than the table size? No, I don't. I should. Let's get to that. Compare X to that. And then that's going to be, I can never remember. Yeah. Like an A doing? All right. Greater than or equal to a carry set. Okay. Branch carry set. Branch carry clear. Well, hang on, I have to do it anyway. Add carry. That plus that minus 1. The value there. Okay. Table size minus 1. You know what? I think that one is better, yeah. Load X. Because I don't need to do the jump then. Carry clear is just gonna go not there, but here. No. Yes. That is gonna go there. Okay, hang on. All right. This guy hits there. This guy hits there. What the fuck is this? Unnamed label. No reference, rather. Okay. That's this one. Hang on. Okay. This here is larger than table. Use last value in table. There. Okay, so loads up the lines. Adds the combo. And I also need to what was I doing for the T-spin detection? Oh, that's a garbage per line thing. T-spin. Just T-spin? No, that's not used anywhere. Yes, it is. Ah. Load 0, store that in T-spin. Okay, so this guy right here. Check the current player is in a T-spin location. Ends it with 80. Should only be set if the player just rotated the piece. But that is a 1 if we have performed the T-spin. Ah! God damn it. Okay, so... add carry. Put that next. No, I need to store that somewhere. I think you'll get 1 extra garbage line whenever every combo is past the table. Should be fine, right? Oh, the CLC. This guy needs to go there. Yeah. Right. Because that wouldn't have been clear. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I have that working variable here. Am I using temp A? Temp A is out of scope as of here. Okay. Store that into temp A. Load up T spin at Y and it with 1. No, we're gonna grab this. Put it there. Next clear count at Y. Wait, is Y the number of lines cleared? There? Uh-oh. No. Defy us all, how you doing? Welcome. Y is... Oh, okay. So clear count there. That's the number of lines cleared for that player. Okay. Fine. Subtract 1. Okay, and then this gets it 0 based. In line with the table. Sure. Okay, load up this. And it with 1. Branch equal. Over there. Otherwise... Transfer X to A, clear carry, add carry, 4. Put it back in X. That's going to take it from over here, or one of these, because it can't do 4. You can't clear 4 with a Tetris, right? But you're going to add 4 to that, so now it's based here. Single, double, triple. We're going to have to figure out the minis eventually. Well, that's going to be somewhere else. Define Evil, how you doing? I was turning to the stream. Thank you, appreciate it. Ooh, code to read. Go, damn, I can't read that. To be fair, I can barely read it, honestly. If I'm away from it for too long, I'm thoroughly confused. Yeah, so this here. Check for T-spin. If it occurred, add 4 to line it up with the proper values in the garbage per line table. Okay. Garbage per line, load X combo. Okay, yep. That has to be up there because I'm fucking with X. Yeah. Yeah, somebody takes a little bit of mental decoding. Yeah. Yeah. That's even assuming it's not in the middle of something really complex. Yeah, so there's been a lot of code in assembly that I've written that I have put down and then gone back to months or years or whatever later. And I look at it and go, the fuck was this even doing? Like, what am I trying to do? Why is the letter D purple? Because my syntax highlighting is broken. That's it. It's not supposed to be, but I don't know. Apparently, I don't fully understand Vim syntax highlighting rules to not have that fucking broken. So I've tried to fix it, and then I've made everything else worse. So if I care enough, I'll fix it. Or if I get frustrated enough with it, which is not likely, I'll see if I can revisit the syntax highlighting stuff. But for now, it works good enough. Being confused by about your old code is a sign of progress, surely. Well, not always. It's because it's not a confusion of why was I doing it this way. It's not that. It's what the fuck was I even trying to do? What is this code even accomplishing? Which is tough in assembly when you haven't written any comments, right? So, like this, vaguely, I know what it means, you know? I can see a loop there and a loop here, and the next handler of the loop. This is the body of the loop. This is the next check, right? But then there's other things that are just... Oh, that's in verses. Like in here, I need to label this a little bit better, right? Exit early if we have no space. Okay. At least it's not a matter of what does this comment mean when faced with a fix me. This is clan code. Comment hater? What? This makes me understand why some old heads love comment. Okay, so I think that requires a little bit of clarification, right? So there's good comments and then there's dog shit comments. A dog shit comment is, this is loading this into A. Yeah, no shit, I can read. Right? Oops. This is storing it here. Okay, I get it. Right? We're gonna queue some garbage now, so call the function to queue garbage. Yeah, no shit. The kind of comments that I want are not what it's doing, because I can read. Why it's doing the thing. The why. That's what you need. Why is it going down this convoluted path? Oh, well, because there's a gotcha. There's a corner edge case that came up or whatever. Yeah. Comments usually become lies, and in modern languages, the code can be such that the comment isn't useful. If you're writing a comment about what a variable does, maybe rename the variable. Yeah, exactly. Don't comment what a thing is doing. I can read. Comment why it's doing the thing. Not what, why. Two very different, distinct types of comments. Right? No, like filler comments, essentially. You know? The why and the constraints. Yes. Yeah. At the top of a loop, don't go, read the whole file next. Like, yeah, no shit. I'm reading the file. I can read the loop. Ketchup ad. No. Ketchup? On the what is a bit convoluted. Like here in assembly. Right? This is a what? Ketchup. This is a what? But also a little bit of a why. Right? Add it to there. So I can get the proper values. That's why. That's why I'm doing it. So I can get the proper values in a table that is used a few lines down, but it's not like in this little block of an if statement, essentially, right? Okay, 3Z, how you doing? Ketchup. That was the ketchup commercial. Apologies. I know this looks bad, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It had to be done. I'm sorry. Don't hate me for this. What follows is just disgusting code. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, save the what's for, like, definitions of a function or whatever, you know? This is telling me what it does, but it also tells me the constraints. Right? Template contains a number of rows. Cool. An example there, too. Why is the most important thing, or needs to be at a higher level, saying what the code is trying to accomplish rather than exactly how it does it. Yeah. Exactly. Because again, when you're refactoring a thing, right? Typically during a refactor, you're not changing what it's trying to accomplish. You're changing how it's getting to accomplish that thing, right? So if your comment is describing how it's doing the thing, and then you refactor it, that comment is now no longer correct, number one. And it doesn't explain, like, why it's what the end goal is, you know? Sometimes how can be a useful tool, but it's mostly when the code is being awfully tricky for some reason. Yeah. I still feel like the why is for code review tools and or commit messages more than the source code. No, I disagree. Because I'm not, when I'm writing code, I'm not digging through Git history. Right? Can I? Sure. Am I going to resort to that? Probably not. Unless I'm tackling a really difficult bug, I'm not going to resort to my source history. Right? And then, that's of course assuming you used it in the first place. So at work, none of the real code is in any kind of source control. Some of the smaller things are, but some of the big production programs are not in source control. Part of that is just I haven't gotten around to figuring out a small refactor to get it to make sense in a repo, because one program is scattered across the file system, right? It's in the programs folder, it's got a work folder, it's got a table folder, it's got another fuck off folder, and they're all in different, like, trees, right? So they're not like self-contained in a single folder to make it easy to maintain the program, right? And the program folder, by the way, every program on that server is in that fucking folder. The source code and the compiled code. All of it. And so yeah, it's a mess, but yeah. I have everything speed upgraded except painting is annoying. Yeah. One point I was doing some software archaeology. Love that phrase, by the way. Reading through an old Lisp system to see how its garbage collection worked back in the day, to inform how I might want to do things in the modern version of the code. All the comments were just, can't do this because reasons, or talk to so-and-so before changing any of this. And there was suddenly a clear, concise explanation of a deep problem. And what the code is doing to solve it. And I found my own signature tag on it. Turned out the last maintainer of the old system had backported my fix for the problem from a new system. I think I remember you mentioning that a while back, yeah. Counts, etc. do need the Y, but yeah, sometimes you want to look at the code as well. Not that in the code as well, yeah. Commits, sorry. They're probably not quite in the same way. I like that code review comments are like, here's how I convince someone this is good, but comments are just whatever. Again, the review comments, like at work, that's not a thing we do. Yeah. I've come to realize something at work, by the way. I don't know why it's taking me this long to really realize it. We have a software department, technically, right? Currently, the entire department across all locations, maybe not the new West Coast ones, but the East Coast certainly. So New England and Florida, and Webb, because they're technically East Coast, but a different department. All those departments are unmanaged. They're unmanaged and unorganized, mine included. No one is coordinating projects. No one is steering the boat. You know? The CTO thinks he's doing that, but he's just haphazardly, hey, do thing for me. Hey, do thing for me. Is thing done yet? Fuck you. Unmanaged and unkempt. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't need a set of project managers. Fuck off with that. We need a person steering the department. We need someone actually figuring out everything. Which way things need to go. Coordinating shit between programming and other departments. We need that position. I only realized this like, what, a week or so ago? I'm like, oh, wait, it makes sense now if I think about it this way. Good code and comments are really an art. Yeah. Not particularly easy, yeah. Are you still at the business programming language place? Yes. Yeah, I am. We were merged with another company, though, at the end of last month. So now we have two East Coast plants, which are the one I work in and the one in Florida. The one in New York has been given away to another company. A few of the people that work there are now remote to my location. And we also have now 2 more plants on the West Coast, one in California, one in Texas. That was the company that bought us. New employer on the W2. Woo! Yeah. They are much more organized over there, and they've been keeping up with technology for the past 20 years. We haven't. Texas, the westest coast. It's more west than I am, so we're calling it the West Coast, right? And there's like 2 developers over there, right? There's like the architect, and there's like the senior dev over there, right? There might be like 1 or 2 other software guys. I know there's one that's in QA or whatever. But those 2 people maintain their whole system, right? What do the colons do in gaming? 527. These are unnamed anonymous labels. So that's being referenced from here. So that's just saying, hey, by the way, I have a label here. And this is, hey, that label that doesn't have a name, yeah, the one just previous. This one right here is pointing to this one. This one is pointing to this one. This one down here with a plus, and this one with a plus, and this one with a plus are all pointing to this one right here. If, else if, jump. That's basically what that is. Basically. Kind of, sort of. Are there like LSPs that will allow you to? I can name them, right? Like this right here can also be an anonymous label. I chose to name this one, so I could know what it meant. If I took this and made it anonymous like this, I'd have to take this one and make it minus to go to the correct one up here. This is a little harder to read, right? So I put next in there. I mean, if you name them, you need to edit many lines. Yeah, that's fine. No solution to the problem of having to name every label. Yeah. Yeah, so they have their use cases that are, well, they have their use cases where they're a good idea. And they shouldn't really be used outside of that, you know? Like, technically, I can use them for a JSR, and in fact, I think I actually do that somewhere. Where the hell is that? No, I JSR to one of these guys. Shit. Did I have to escape that? No. JSR at. There it is. There's one of them. This is a local label, not anonymous, but I could do this. Jump to this routine that doesn't have a label. Could, but it's a bad idea. Only do this if this is only do this if this is a good idea. I mean, so it depends on specifically what you're doing with the thing, right? Like this right here, that's a global label. That can be referenced from anywhere. Well, kind of. It can be referenced from anywhere in the code. Can that code get there? Depends. These guys are local labels, so that can be that's only valid between global labels. So only in this highlighted block of code that next label is good. And these guys are technically global, but they're anonymous. They don't have names. So I'll only use those in like short bursts like this, right? A short little loop or something, right? So it's here. If it's much longer than this, I'll actually use like loop. In fact, I do it in a bunch of places. At loop, like that. ASM and ink. See, I use it in a bunch of places. I also use where is a good? Oh, at the bottom of this guy? No, at the bottom of ASM here. Right here. Here's another use for the anonymous labels. This is a lookup table essentially, right? So I got some data down here, some blocks of data. That's a block of data. That's a block of data. And that's another block of data, and so on and so forth. And each of them have an anonymous label attached to them, right? That's that little beginning thing there. I don't need to name every one of these because that address is just going to be in this table, right? So I just do that for the table, and this references each block of data in sequence. So I will use this a lot. Anytime that there's more than like 2 pluses or minuses or whatever, it's a data table. Yeah, so those are 2, and then you got the more than 2, right? Plus 3. You can see that these are just data tables, right? Word. That's just saying, hey, give me the address. Give me the address. Give me the address at this location, right? The plus pluses, I'll use those sometimes in some loops or whatever. Right? Not nearly as common as that. That is absolutely everywhere. New meaning for Pyramid of Doom. Yeah. All right. So I need to test. Well, actually, I don't really need to. Well, yeah, I kind of do, actually. I need to test organically the T-spin stuff. T-spin single, and that's going to be 2. Okay, so if I can get a T-spin single, and it will give me two rows over there. Okay, so let me do this first. Make. Why did that disappear? What the fuck happened? Oh, because game over. That's what happened. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I haven't finished the game over state. I need a very simple T-spin. This guy here. This should work as no. No. This one should work. Let's see if I can get that. Okay. Okay. Ooh, here we go. Okay. So this should only clear a should only send a two lines. 2 lines? This should send 2 lines. Let's go! All right. Oh, one little plus. Yeah. Okay, so I don't currently detect mini T-spins. I'm not sure how I'll really do that, honestly. I might just set a different bit in that T-spin variable, make it 2 instead of 1. But I think we're gonna commit this first. Yeah. Was that combos too? Did I add in combos as well with that one? T-spin and yes, okay. Add combos and T-spins to garbage calculation. Combos and T-spins. Now add to the combo. To the garbage lines sent to the other player. Combos have their combos have their own table of values that are added regardless of lines cleared, while T spins replace the value from the number of cleared lines. Mini T spins and perfect clears are not accounted for yet. Mini T spins need to spin detection. These are implemented. That should be good, right? Okay. Yeah. Perfect clear. Do I have that implemented somewhere? Check for perfect clear. Okay. Last clear type. Last clear type. Index into garbage per line. Okay, I'm using that in the back-to-back. Decrement last clear type? What the fuck? I'm not sure why I'm decrementing there. Where else is that used? It's not. Seems like you're already calculating and storing the value needed to index the table with. I mean, I guess. Minus the and at that, minus that. I mean, it's not equal load A tempeh. What the hell's tempeh? Trying to know which was to clear. Okay, what? Expand clear. Tempeh contains a number of rows. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so that goes to there. Low temp A, clear carry. Add that. Store it there. Okay, so that is that. Oh boy. Okay. And then the back-to-back stuff. I don't know if I've got that working or implemented or whatever. It checks for perfect clear. Sets that on perfect clear. Decrements 1, clear type. To get it in line with the... Okay. Okay. So I just need to load up last clear type at Y. And it would, no. Branch, carry clear. No, branch, plus. Or perfect clear. So that will be the end of that table, wouldn't it? Load up. That plus that minus 1. Do it. So this one doesn't line up with that. Yes. Load up that guard per line. Yep, and then it does need to do the combo. Ooh, let's throw that in temp A real quick. Load up. No, it's just the combo stuff. Load X. Add carry. Why did I store the template over there? If perfect clear, set A to that. Follow through to transferring it to X. This here? Oh, I see. So let's undo what I just did there. So this. Put that next, like that. No, because that has this value in it. Charge per line. That's clear type. And for last clear type, branch plus. If it branches, you want to look up the table anyway. So same for if it doesn't, only with the PC index instead. Well, I don't need to do the AND there. I can just do the transfer A to X. So if you LDA instead of LDX, the part afterwards can start with the tax and then do the lookup. Right. Yeah, okay. Perfect clear. Yeah. Charge per line. Combo stuff. So the combo is going to stay here. Because that wasn't calculated before. Right? T-spin's calculated. T-spin stuff. Clear. Perfect clear. Yeah, okay. That should work. Yeah, combo is a separate issue, still needs to be added, so that's what this is here. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a terrible mistake. Nope. Damn it. Oh, I made it work, didn't I? Yes, I did. That's not going to do 2. That'll do 2. All right. I'm not going to be able to do combo stuff. I'm too terrible at this game to do it. That should work though, right? In theory. Ah, jeez, I'm just making a mess now. Oh, that was game over. Can I do a perfect clear? No. No, I cannot. I can't detest that. Yeah, because I'm just not that good. I'm just not that good. It does pass some garbage along, so the code isn't completely broken. Yeah, it's not completely broken. It should work. Okay, so we're gonna remove that. That's clear type includes T-spin stuff as well as perfect clear. Spin, not stuff. Offsets as well as setting the high bit on perfect clear. Combo is not covered in the last clear type value. Okay. I don't need to do the story there. Just need to add carried branch equal. No. Commit. Amend. And perfect clears. Combos, T-spins, and perfect clears to go calculation. Yeah. Combos, T-spins, and perfect clears. Now, to the garbage line sent to the other player. Combos have their own table of values that are added regardless of lines cleared, while T-spins and good lines. Perfect clears override both lines cleared and T spin values for garbage lines sent. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay. That's better. Oh, no, not that one. Exit. God damn it. Oh, man, I didn't think I was that far with the garbage stuff. Okay, next. Garbage blocking. Which is going to be a little difficult, I think, to test. Well, maybe not. So, in versus mode, if I just add, say... two separate rows, two separate attacks, I'll say. The first one will place, and then I'll have a row to block on. Okay, so how does the blocking work specifically? Okay. Three algorithm lines. Lines from the incoming attack appear on the meter as yellow blocks. After a while, they turn red. And eventually, they'll turn red flashing. If still not cleared. I'm doing yellow then red, right? So incoming will appear as gray unless they're active, which is yellow. And then they'll hit red when they're done. Yeah. If still not cleared, the red flashing signal is the last chance to clear the incoming lines. However, garbage will not enter your playfield as long as you clear at least one line with each piece placement. The blocking. But that doesn't, like, get rid of the pieces, right? If there are lines for multiple attacks from either one opponent or multiple opponents, and later lines will appear as gray blocks in the meter. Gray blocks will stay like that as long as the previous attack wasn't received or entirely canceled. Wasn't received. In which case they become yellow and start their insertion timer. Note that a player can never have more than 12... Sure. Badges targeting... Sure. Single doesn't have any lines except their account. However, this flat bonus can make singles the strongest attack in the game. Measure it in lines sent per cleared line. The KO bait strategy relies on this fact. Strategy attack very high. Leave a column empty in the middle. Once you're at the top, clear some singles without down stacking. Opponents using the KO's target. Option usually begin to target you. 6 targets. Single send 9+ lines. Wow. Combine this with attacker target option. Sure. Epic, how you doing? Epic Ninja Elephant, hello. Thumbnail showed Vim and Teamworks who thirst trapped me. That's this back here. Yeah, so this is assembly in Vim and Teamworks. I am currently reading up on on the mechanics of something so I can implement it. Welcome. How you doing? I guess it just removes as many lines as it would have sent. Quite possibly. Please block no modes. All right, what about over here? Back to back, sure. Combo, sure. Perfect clear. Scoring. Tetris lines for clearing lines. Only singles only send lines during a combo when a perfect clear occurs. Back to back clear line clears send one more line than usual. Many teaspoons just as many lines as the clear itself unless they get that +1. Line back to back bonus. Send combo table adds such as perfect clears. Always send 10 lines. No list of lines are sent when clearing multiple lines at once or when a combo is going on. I'm sending more with the combo because fuck you. There's no garbage blocking. However, there's garbage countering. Incoming garbage lines are canceled before garbage is sent over to the opponent. Okay. If 2 or more pending garbage lines are inserted at once, then there's a big chance that 2 consecutive lines will have the garbage hole in the same. So I'm not doing that. It's unlikely. Only 10% chance of most inserted garbage line. Okay, so that I'm not caring about. Hey, look. So it doesn't explicitly say or lay out the mechanics on that. Which link? Garbage countering? That's true. Garbage countering. Many Tetris Skyline games, such as Tetris DS, Splash, or Party, include a multiplayer feature called garbage countering. Garbage countering delays incoming garbage and adds it to a queue, which is then added to the player's field once the player drops a piece. While the garbage is queued up, players are able to reduce or eliminate the incoming garbage lines by sending out garbage of their own. Each line sent will instead reduce the incoming garbage by an equal amount. Okay. If the player sends out more garbage than what is currently queued up, they will cancel out all incoming garbage and send the remaining lines to their opponent. Okay. Garbage block is a feature found in Tetris Online Japan, which takes garbage countering one step further and will delay incoming garbage in the queue until the piece is dropped, which just does not clear a line. I think I'm already doing that, right? Along with the methods found in the garbage countering, this allows for reducing and delaying incoming garbage by way of combos, since combos are done with consecutive pieces that each clear a line. Oh. Okay. So I'm already doing that. I'm already doing the blocking. So if I clear a line, it doesn't send over another one. Right? At least it shouldn't. Excuse me. I'm looking to add countering. Yes. So countering is just before queuing it up for the other player, check your queue and reduce any over there. Basically, right? Oh. Okay. So before the queue, before that, do I want combo to be included in this? I think so. One thing it doesn't mention is whether it takes from the top or the bottom, or said differently, whether removing enough to drop the current attack will reset the timer. Yes, because I've seen that happen in clips with like Tetris 99 and then like I'm using Tetris 99 for that because I don't think does Puyo Puyo show the bar for incoming? I don't think it does. And I don't think Puyo Puyo even waits for a block placement, a piece place. But yeah, so it removes from the bottom, right? So it's the next stuff that's currently coming in, right? So not only do you block it, but if you say 2 lines are coming in and you're sending 2 lines over, it completely cancels that attack and will reset the timer for the next attack. Which, now that I think about it, I don't think that actually happens. I don't think I reset timers, do I? Alright, let's do it over here. VS mode. you're supposed to queue garbage. Why didn't I queue any garbage? Okay. Okay, so it does actually reset that. Okay. And it blocked it just then. Okay. All right. But it didn't, it wouldn't have cleared that because that wouldn't have sent any lines over. Okay. Very reasonable way to do it. Makes it easier to block stuff. Yeah. Well, I believe that's how it works in Tetris 99. Right? Where it goes from the bottom first. So if you have an attack that's queued up and timed out, which is ready to drop onto your board, if, like, say it's like four lines that are about to come in, right? And you clear 2 lines, instead of sending 1 line to another player, it removes a line from the incoming attack and blocks it. The block coming from you cleared and removing 1 line because you were about to send a line. Yeah. Okay. So here, check for queued garbage. Check for queued garbage. If it exists, subtract from it. Subtract subtract the number of rows we would have sent to the other player from the queue. If this number is negative, i.e. clear more rows, more queued rows, then are actively queued, send the remainder to the other player. Do we want this as part of queue garbage so it always happens no matter where you call it? It's only called from here right now. Does having countering mean that it's not possible for both players to have incoming garbage at the same time? You know what? Yeah, it is. Which for Tetris 99, that makes sense because there's 99 players, right? So you can get attacks from multiple players at a time. Whereas for something like this, which is 2-player, Puyo Puyo, Puyo Puyo doesn't do the removing of queued lines. It just sends lines over to the other player. which might actually make more sense in a strictly two-player game. Because then getting both players to have garbage at the same time on the screen, that's going to be very lopsided, isn't it? Because one player is going to get some garbage, and then they'll have to clear everything that's being sent over to send garbage to the other person. Which isn't impossible, but is significantly harder. Whereas if I don't do the attack clear stuff, sending garbage is kind of dangerous. Because then you could get garbage on coming back to you. Maybe I'll just leave it out, actually. What do you think about a single player time attack mode, where if you don't clear a line every 10 seconds or so, you get a line of garbage? I'm pretty fun, actually. I mean, it is fair. If both send garbage at the same time, you just end up with neither having garbage. But I could see it get lopsided pretty easily, I think. Should both get garbage if that happens? You know, that's kind of what I'm thinking, honestly. Because then you can get garbage queued up for both players more or less at the same time. Different modes are a setting? I don't know. But that means I'd still have to implement it. I don't know if I want to. Because the way I'm keeping track of garbage lines is checking fucking tiles. Checking an array, essentially. Right? So to clear those, I have to iterate that array and keep a count of things while I, like, delete lines, essentially, and move things down. Both getting garbage while it leads to shorter games overall. I mean, I'm okay with that, I think. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Something I do need to... which is what I might pivot to, honestly. The game over state. The game over state currently is just an infinite loop for versus anyway. Game over for single player is more fleshed out. Not as fleshed out as I want it to be, but it's more fleshed out. Game over for versus is just a fucking endless loop, though. Game over. Wait for IRQ. Jump. So I think I might want to flesh this out instead. We'll come back to the garbage stuff later. Or perhaps at the same time have it based on RNG. Which one gets it? No. No. Also limits some strategies, I think, where making longer, more powerful setups can fail because you can't limit incoming garbage enough to finish or use it. I don't know. I'll come back to it. How about that? I will sleep on it, and I'll come back to it. Did I attract title screens? No, I have not. Nope. I don't think I will, honestly. One game mode that I remember wanting to implement and never did, though, which would actually be pretty straightforward, is the invisible block game mode, right? Seems a positive negative. What kind of player you are? Yeah, I'll sleep on it. I'll come back to it. Is it hard program on the NES to play itself? I mean, it depends. So I'd have to set up some sort of like timed input system, right? Some playback, I need to set up a playback system to put in inputs based on a frame number or whatever the hell, right? And have, the game like play itself, right? So I would need to store the input somewhere, number one. Number two, have a method of reading the input from a table or a timeline or what have you, and getting that into the correct variables at the correct time. You know? And then even if I do get that, all right, now I need to write the task, essentially, but in assembly. Data intensive? Yeah, data intensive. And I would need... It'd be tedious, because I would need to basically pick a seed, right? To start on. And then... from there, I would need to basically record what moves I needed to do. What buttons to hold down on, like, for how many frames and all that kind of crap, right? So I'd have to either record that in an emulator, then convert that to a data format to, like, decompress later on. Or do it all by hand. And then I would need a little bit of extra code in the game logic to, number one, start the game, read the buttons off the table, essentially off the simulated input, and then on game over, reset back to the main menu. And also override any actual button presses to not control the game, but to get out of attract mode, essentially, and yeah, exit attract mode and go back to the menu. Oh, very good demo mode. Yeah, reference, how you doing? We need to make sure that the demo player is comically bad at the game, so they die fast. Yeah. Yeah, well, you wouldn't want it to be too good, because then it just would never end, right? Yeah. And for the input stuff, like, I'd have to override, well, I have to override the player input routine. And I'd have to check that every frame. Check for real button inputs every frame. Which I suppose if I set a flag before going into do player, and then reset that coming out of it, and then check for button presses again. Do you have any button presses for exiting a game in progress? No. No, we do not. The only way to exit a game in progress is to game over or reset the console. It's the only way to get out of it. You can't like hit start and then, you know, exit or whatever. Or retry or what have you. I would want to completely disable the controller ports, because if I did that, you'd be stuck in demo mode. You wouldn't be able to exit demo mode without resetting the console. So it's going to be checking for the inputs, you know. And that's how I would have the demo mode anyway. I'd have it input based and not like, oh, we're gonna move the piece over here, absolutely, or whatever. Because that number one isn't running the engine. That's just like, that'd be like playing a movie essentially. So that wouldn't be true to the game. It wouldn't be a true demo. And it'd be a lot more data intensive that way. If you did, you could make that a track mode, do that after a while without having to die. Well, so for both versus and single player, the frame code, not frame, calls do player. This one here, this do player, does all of the individual player calculation stuff, right? Does all the input stuff, does all of the piece gravity and clearing lines and everything, right? What it doesn't do is pausing. It doesn't handle pausing. And updating stuff visually, right? Because it can't. It those are specific to the game mode, or the versus one player versus two player. So both of those call the do player, right? So I could set a variable in the frame code before calling do player to say, hey, by the way, or and check for that over in over here in read controllers, right? Like if load a demo mode or whatever, right? Branch equal over to the original code, and in here it'd just be like, you know, read demo inputs, right? But I could also have it time out, right? After, I don't know, number of inputs, like have a like commands here in the inputs, or maybe not commands, but yeah. If the input is FF or whatever, all right, we're stopping. Right? Or if the input is the start button, instead of pausing, what's it? Exit. You could do that, I suppose. Because in single player, I read controllers more than once then, don't I? Read controllers, do player, button press, start. I might need to refactor that a little bit, because that could potentially read the controllers twice per frame. Not potentially, it will. In the drop state. So that could have some adverse effects for the repeats, I think. Technically, disabling control ports are easier than reading it. You just don't read it. Oh. Were there games that had demo modes that just program the CPU to move sprites a certain way? I have no idea. Probably not, because that is more that's a lot more work than to just program some input and run your engine, right? It's easier to just program a little bit of just an input sequence that happens over 10 seconds or so, 10, 15 seconds, and then just read that input while you run your engine than it is to fake running your engine. Right? Might have been a season unlikely. Yeah, it seems very unlikely. Yeah. At least until the point of full motion video being easy or less intensive on computers, because then you just record a video of a demo and just play the video, right? Instead of running the engine or whatever. But yeah, in the time before full motion video in games, you could run the engine with predefined inputs, right? When you have plenty of space and video capability, then that's the easiest way. Exactly. Yeah, that is the path of least resistance, right? Now, because then you can just record it once, and then you know it will always work, even if there's a bug in your code or whatever, right? If it can play the video, it will play the video, and the video will be perfect every time, or it will do the exact same thing every time, right? Versus, like, if you change your game code with a different revision and don't update your input data, oops, now your plane crashes instead of landing on the runway in your demo mode. Like in that one SNES game where, like, revision 0 worked fine. But in revision 1, there was a bug fix in the Super FX chip that corrected some math, and that threw off or it changed the result of a calculation for something. But the input data for the demo wasn't updated, so the plane always crashed in the demo mode in the later revisions. Invisible way and forget to update the video. Yeah, well, there's that too, I suppose, right? Well. Don't read here? Yeah, do this after do player. And only if state is not state fall. Yeah. That a little bit. Actually, let me just do that now, because that's a rather straightforward. Okay, so game state Y. Load up game state at Y, because do player preserves Y, I believe, right? Oh, that's a preserves Y. Doesn't matter. I'm going to rewrite it. Load Y player 1. Game state at Y. Compare that to where are those states? Game base type, game mode, game type. Game state. GS is what it is. Branch equal. Okay. So if it's falling, we've already read the input, so we don't need to read it again. Otherwise, we'll read the input. Because this... No! It doesn't read it at all. Never mind. I need to. That is not a double read. It is not reading the controllers anywhere in do player. Never mind. It was never a bug in the first place. All right. Pause is a different state. Number one, it's tracked separately than the main state. Yeah. Because if it's paused, the engine does nothing, right? The engine just returns. So pause is check here. Yeah, this is in the single player frame code. What has changed? Terrific viewers. Okay, let's do. Check for garbage clear and check for spawn garbo. Garbage clear I already do. Spawn garbo, I already do that. Check for garbage clear. Why? Why am I checking for clearing garbage? Why would I check for clear garbage? If you don't read the controllers in the pause state, how would you know when the start button is pressed again? So that's the thing. I do. Right there. At the beginning of every frame, I read the controllers. Is paused is only acted upon inside of do player. The rest of this frame still happens. Scores calculated, the drops calculated, well, the shakes calculated, right? This here. The sprite stuff is calculated. That all happens still. Just the engine doesn't do anything. I did move into the false state? Yeah. I've done it, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, no, so... Again, the pause state isn't part of the game engine state. It's just, if it's paused, I never even run the engine. Right? And checking for pause, or checking whether or not pause should be set, is done in the frame code that is always run. That's done here, right? Because it happens differently in one player versus two player. Because two player, both players have to hit start. GS pause isn't a thing, I don't think. Oh, look at that. Yeah, not used. Not used. God damn it. Yeah. That must have been before I did it for that must have been before I actually implemented pause mode or pause. Because again, it's handled differently between one player versus two player. Because two player, both players have to be pressing start at the same time. They don't have to hit it on the same frame. It's just that both of them have to have the button held down on the same frame. Right? So because they're handled differently, it's in the frame code that's always run in the respective modes. Right? Now. All right. The game over. So when a game over happens in let me do this. Nope. That one. Nope. No, yes. Tetris. This one. So here, I don't care about the audio on this. I don't do that. Music off. Doesn't matter. So when a game over happens here, I forgot I can't do the hard drops. That was interesting. It actually rotated up above that. Huh. Didn't realize that. So when a game over happens here, right there, it overwrites the entire table with that. Right? What's the other one? This one? This one, okay. What happens here? Just a game over. Okay. I kind of like want to fill up the board like the animation and like it did with the first one. In two-player mode, it wouldn't really make much sense to have separate pause states. Yeah. In one-player mode, it shows game over at the top of the game board, right? What if for two-player mode, it shows on top of the board for the player who game overed? Yeah, so... So in one player, it says, you know, game over or whatever, right? In two-player, I was thinking of doing a... Oh, there's your demo mode. I was thinking of doing a, like... Player 1 wins, player 2 wins, instead of a game over, right? And then the player that died or whatever, or lost, the screen fills up. The board fills up with just like rows. Just the gray square, the gray block. No. Well, I think about that. No. Because that's so much animation work that absolutely not. No. Well, I just realized it shows a little the number of points you get when you drop a line. You get points for every single drop? Oh, that's being held on, isn't it? We'll start to get out of that. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna let that hit the bottom. Let's see if we get any points. If you want to change it to be some other animation stuff, I guess you need to do a good bit of changes anyway. Yeah. So I guess you need to. So taking the easiest path of reuse doesn't matter so much. Yeah. It really is like one. Why was that 4 points? Why was that 4 points? $5 points? Is that the line it's on? That's the line it's on, isn't it? So if you build higher, you get more points. Instead of having... Oh my god. That is a really weird way to do it. I'm not good at this version. Oh, I couldn't rotate. Of course I couldn't because I can't count. Can I? Let's see if I can get in there. Oh, I almost had that. Okay, well, I could have. I missed. This game's rough. This one here, this version. Because you'll get like a dozen pieces in a row that are the same, but never like the line piece. You know? Yeah. Give me something decent. I can't do anything with that. Or that, really. This version is very unforgiving. Oh, no, over here. Very unforgiving. I don't know why I'm just playing this now. I shouldn't be. I should be doing something else. Double! Probably saw Santos 2, not just line. Yeah, because it had like 200 score before in the demo, yeah. So new Tetris games like Tetris Effect Connected. Great game, by the way, for VR. Has 2 scores. A real score and a line score for how many lines you have. Moves across when you have to move in a piece. Uh-huh. Well, so in single-player mode, I keep track of how many lines you clear. I don't do that in versus mode, because whatever. But, yeah. Viking Coder, how you doing? Thank you for 42 months. How you been? Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Been a while. Laughing face.
Been great. That's good. It's good to hear. So how do I want to handle the game over in versus mode? I think I want to blank out the board or overwrite the whole board for the losing player and say, like, player 1 wins, player 2 wins, or whatever. What about you? I've been all right. This is looking great. Thank you. Appreciate that. That version wasn't mine. This version is mine. This one's mine. Oh, I'm bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. As I make some terrible decisions for myself. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could have actually done that, couldn't I? Yeah, that, and then do one of these. Whoop. And then it sends some garbage. Watch this. It's gonna send some garbage. Oh, look at that. It sent some garbage. Smooth. Thank you. Yeah, been working a while on it. So, yeah, today we got some more fleshed out garbage stuff with combos. So the combo score is added onto the number of lines cleared for that. So you see I have a combo of 1 right now. So this will clear a single line, and normally that won't send anything over to the other player. But because I have a combo, it will. So send 1 line over. Right? Oh, I won't be able to. Yeah, that combo's dead now. And again, 1 line doesn't send anything over. Oh, game over. Okay, well, fixed it first, then improved it. Yes, yes, fixed it, then improved it. Right? Because before, when sending over, what was it, 1 line, it sent over 12, which was incorrect. Red Rover, Red Rover. But yeah, now I need to figure out how I want to handle game over, right? So I think I want to fill up the whole screen with this gray block on the side that game overed, that lost, right? Do I want to just like write win lose? Do I want to do that? 0 worked, plus 2 worked. 1 was just way wrong. Yeah. Everything else worked fine. Just 1 was nah. So yeah. Okay, so for the win and loss, do I want to just like use the tiles that I have and put them in a sprite? I don't think so. I think I want to make it larger, right? Actually, I don't need to do that. Because I can just go to tiles 3 and have. No, I thought I had space over here. I do not. Do I have space in any of these now? Where's tiles 1? Tiles 4. I've got space here we can use. Okay. All right, it's tiles 2, 3, and 4. All right. So, was it 16 across, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right there. That would be like the maximum size for writing win or lose, right? And I think I want to take up that much space, right? And like just overwrite the field, right? Just drop it right in the middle somewhere. Win, lose, right? Overwrite the blocks, overwrite the colors, or whatever. Well, you know, set whatever colors. Yeah. So, shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 3. And then let's go ahead and mark some of this. And there. So using the background set of sprites, that's certainly more flexible in terms of size. Yes. Because, I mean, I could use sprites, but it's going to be small. And I'd have all kinds of, like, limitations for size, really. And then if I put it on top of the text, I'd have to account for, like, background color stuff, right? Which is what I do with the game overs. I account for it going on top of the other tiles, so I just blank it out, right? Did you know the 652 in your stream was letter O instead of a 0? I did not realize that. How you doing? How you doing, Ekipan? Am I saying that right? Ekipan? Welcome. Didn't notice, no. Welcome. All right, so we're gonna grab some letters here. No, W-I-N, copy, paste. We're not gonna use these as is. We're gonna use this as like guidelines, I think. What? Oh, fuck. Come on, there it goes. Then L-O-S-E, copy, paste. Yeah. So I need to make these larger, but I can't. Well, I can just like, you know, take this and scale it up by 3. Right? What does that look like? Can I do that? Sprite size, percentage, 300%. No. W. Yeah. Will you clear both boards or just the loser? I don't know. I don't know yet. There's a fact, this thing called area score. Depending on certain moves, like T-spins and mini T-spins, you get a certain amount of area score. Area score? Area score? What do you mean area score? What the hell does that even mean? An area consists of 3 to 5 stages. All points gained in those 3 stages will count to the area score. Oh, so that's like for inter-level stuff. No. I have to sneeze. It's not gonna come in. It's not gonna... Okay, I'm good. Ah. There you go. Okay. Actually, I don't need to really do that there. I can just take this, put it on the boundary right there, and then just do 3 tiles. Win! What was that? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So by 1. Nope. And then 1, 2, 3. But this is 7. Oh. So it's what, 3 and 3? 3 and 3. And take this and just kind of center it. Win! And take this. L. O. S. E. That one was weird. Oh, no, in there. Thank you. Ooze. Oh, it's gonna be different kerning here for these. Ooh. Let's try it again. It needs to fit. I need to actually grab all of it too. It needs to fit inside this. So Whoa. I'll have to do some adjustments on these letters, I think. We're just going to use these as is for now, and then we'll fix them later. Make it look nicer later. Yeah. We're going to get those on the screen as is. Overwriting whatever else is there. Yeah. So I'm going to need to know the start address for the PPU, as well as the start ID for the tile for the rows. Yeah, okay, so let's reload that real quick. Should be hard to make all for thing, but yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that later, it's fine. I kind of want to like stylize it too a little bit differently. Instead of the blocky letters or whatever. I don't know, maybe I'll get up my tablet and start scribbling or something. I don't know. But point is, I need to get this on the screen first. Just on the screen. I need to get it on there. And then I can worry about colors and styling and all that kind of shit later. Yeah. For the so do I want this? Do I want this data driven? So I've already got like do you want to animate first or just put this text up immediately? I don't know. I'm figuring that shit out. So I could have this as a data-driven thing where it... Well, no, that wouldn't entirely work. I could piggyback. I was thinking of putting it into the actual table data itself. But that will only go so far, right? That won't choose a tile, but that will choose the colors and the what's it? The bank. So what I could do is I could just select the attribute, the palette and the bank with the playfield data, and then rewrite tiles over a few frames, maybe. Let me refill this and take a piss. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. If animation doesn't need to change tiles, just make the blank one with the appropriate block in it. That could be a lot easier, I suppose. And the text is 10 by 3 blocks, doing 60 tiles in 1V blank should not be a problem, even when split into 6 areas on the screen. Yeah. I still might split that over multiple frames, though. Let's actually get over here. Nah, that's the wrong one. That one. Okay, we're in the game over state. Let's have a look at our event viewer. All right, so I've got like half, about a third maybe of NMI to work with. How much like a separate score that carries with you if you cleared the past level? Oh, so I handle levels completely differently. I don't have separate bespoke levels, Luke. So that doesn't really make really much sense in what I'm doing. Am I even? I don't think I'm updating. That's not what I wanted. Updating. I am still updating those. Okay, well I don't need to actually update any of that stuff anymore. So I can get rid of that. Unless you want to animate the text itself, you probably want at least a whole 10 by 3 block in one go. Yeah, so I probably do it like, you know, winner loser kind of thing, you know? 1 frame each. At the very least. Changing the background. I have to rewrite the entire field anyway. With that. The background color is black. It's black for the whole screen. I can't do one background color on one side of the screen and another on the other side of the screen. I could technically do it vertically, but not horizontally. That's another thing I can do. Because that's a global color, as it were, right? Yeah. So where I have for each palette, I've got, you know, various colors the non-background can be. Well, this background color is shared by every single palette. If I write any of the other background colors, it changes the main background color. So learning something like Rust or similar, just dive deeper into Golang. You think I think you should start. Thinking in my head is from programming because the free feeling of not growing any more gray hairs from index out of range and line -26 is amazing. Do you like software dev? Because if you hate it, I mean, find something you like, man. Software dev ain't for everybody. And that's okay. You know? It's okay if it's not for you. It doesn't have to be. What I will say is just don't don't force it upon yourself just to force it upon you, you know? Just because you think you have to. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You know? Do something else. It's fine. Ooh, CNC. CNC is a lot of fun. CNC is really, really neat. I did CNC with stone a while back. Not with metal, but with stone. Really nifty shit. That's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. So I worked at a I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I worked at a countertop place. This was before my current job. And the old way to do stone countertops, like granite or whatever the hell, right, was you go into the place where it's going to be installed with a bunch of like template cardboard, essentially. And you basically, you know, make a template of where the counter will be. You know, there's probably like plywood or some shit on already. But you make all your measurements and, you know, make a template of where the sink's gonna go and how big this side is, how big that side is. So when you're done, you've got a bit of cardboard that's fucking taped together, right? That are the dimensions of this countertop. And then you take that into the shop, right? And by hand, more or less, using power tools or whatever, you would cut the stone to a little more than that dimension, right? And then you polish it all up and all that. And part of the polishing process, you know, takes off some of that edge, makes it a little bit smaller. And then on site, you do the final fitting, where you try to get it in there. Oh, we need to shave off a little bit here. So you go back outside, shave off a little bit and whatever. You know, get them all fitting nice, right? And then going back inside and, you know, a long process, right? We're doing a lot on site. The CNC way to do that is you go in there with this box. It's got a bunch of lasers in it. Freaking lasers. And it makes all kinds of fucking measurements, right? And then you go over to a corner. You hold like a reflector or whatever the fuck. And be like, boop. That's that corner. You go over here. Hit a button. Boop. That's that corner. And do that for all the corners where everything's going to go, right? And you just take that. And that's like a CAD-ish drawing, right? That was then handed to me. Where I would then go in and clean up all the angles, right? Because it's going to have some deviation because it's out in the real world kind of thing, you know? So you clean that up, and after the cleanup, and you make sure all your, you know, all your curves corners are within a given radius. Make sure they're all the same radius, right? Uniformity is a good thing. You drop in where the sink's gonna go. You have like a predefined sink schematic. Sink schematic that you drop in there, right? You line it up how it's supposed to be. That includes like the holes for the faucet and all kind of shit, right? And then once you do that, you take it over to another program that has images of the stone, right? So you load up a stone, and then you basically take the CAD drawing you have. It's exported as like a flat image or whatever the hell, right? You take the coordinates of that, and you orient it on the stone, so you can tell exactly what it's going to look like. Yeah, granted, if it's cut right. So you could like match up seams and all that kind of shit really nicely, you know? And then once that's all laid out, that's like one more export to send it over to one of the CNC machines. And those CNC machines will cut your stone for you. How did I get that job without having any other CNC job or taking CNC classes in the past? They were hiring for a programmer. I knew somebody. It's CNC programming. Programming in like the loosest sense of the word. But yeah, so the CNC stuff that I was doing was very straightforward, very simplistic. Not the kind of CNCing for metal parts, not 3D CNCs. It was two-dimensional CNC, right? Because it's just the top of a slab of granite, right? So only 2-axis, not 3-axis or 4-axis CNC. So what the classes that you're starting are probably going to be like for your, I don't want to say traditional, but more conventional CNC. The one that everyone knows about, where you give it a block of metal, a block of aluminum, and you carve that block of aluminum in 3D space, right? That's not what I was doing. Automated milling, yeah. I think I enjoy working with data the most, working with APIs. I had fun making my own Discord client before they cracked down on that stuff, and learning how APIs serve the data to you, but I haven't found anything that has an API exposed that I enjoy, like Discord. It's restricted as hell. Not fun anymore. Everything's so restricted. Yeah, well. Have you looked at data science? That's not necessarily programming. It's a lot more math. But it's your hands in the data, you know, figuring out what the data means and you know, aggregating it and working with other APIs. And usually for data science in enterprise, that's all internal APIs, right? So that's, you're not going to be restricted there if it's working with your own data, you know. Kind of touched on it in one of our CS classes. Didn't find it intriguing as much. That's fair. Granted, I haven't done any data science stuff because I don't care for it. I just don't. But again, to each their own. I think there's some people on Twitch that even do data science stuff. It's a lot of like data aggregation and pulling data from different sources and combining them in a meaningful way, you know. Yeah, I'm not a good resource for that kind of thing because I'm just not familiar with it, you know. Ever since Discord added the requirement for slash commands, has made making basic Discord bots harder. How so? Is it like you must implement these commands kind of thing? We talked about was like probability, graphs, displaying data, any other way than just text, etc. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a good chunk of it. Absolutely. But you're still going to have to like get that data and aggregate it in the way that you need it, you know? More like you can't just do a exclamation point command prefix. It has to be registered with their slash command implementation. Ah, I see. So you can't read all text essentially and then respond to text that you see as a command, right? It has to be predefined in Discord, or you have to register with Discord. Hey, I'm looking for this command, right? And then I guess Discord will only send that command when it happens to you? Is that how that happens? No. I haven't made a Discord bot, so I don't know all the inner workings of it. But yeah, I guess my point is, you know, there's something out there for everybody. You can't do just if message is paying, then reply pong anymore. No. If you handcraft? Hello, how you doing? Welcome. What constitutes as modern in this case? Your development features? The features, basically. So, old school Tetris. The RNG was all over the place. It was crap. So you could get a long run of pieces that were garbage, essentially. You're waiting 24 pieces and never get a line piece, for instance, right? I wanted to fix that. So in this version of Tetris, not only do I have a proper bag system, it's not really displayed entirely here. It is still using on this versus screen, but it's not displayed. There's a hold piece. All the colors are correct. Yeah, so there's the bag system over there. So every 7 pieces, you're guaranteed to get every single possible piece, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, look at that. Another one of those. Fantastic. There's a hold, so I can, store a piece away for later. There's the hard drop. So I can, bam, all the way down like that. I think I mentioned the colors already. I've implemented T-spins. T-spins are a thing that you can do now to get into hard-to-reach places. I think it was this. Nope. It was a practice board, wasn't it? Practice. Wall test. Is broken! God damn it! Why is that broken? Son of a bitch! I did something again where it craps on the board now, right? Right? Fucking. Yeah, the grid. Why is there shit there? Oh my God. It immediately game overs. That's what happened here. I don't know why, but I fixed this like a dozen times already. You fix it again. I was gonna demonstrate T-spins with a board that was already pre-made. But yeah, T-spins work, so you can get into really hard to reach places. T-spin. Wall kick? Nope. Now I want to go over to SRS or T-spin techniques, but SRS as well. Oh God. DT. Really? 3D cannon there. So like stuff like this is possible, right? Where you have this set up and you can get the T block in there. Right? Yeah, so it has this rotation system. So it checks 5 times every rotation to see if it can place a block, and it checks in different spots every time, right? So this is the initial position. This is the first test, second test, third test, fourth test, and the 5th test that actually works. Yeah. You're the only person who who didn't mispronounce it as IFO handcraft. If did I pronounce it right? IFO handcraft. I usually pronounce everything wrong, so I don't do this one, which is just affects the line piece. I did really. That's a surprise. All right, I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, so I'm doing that rotation system. So I have wall kicks, which also enables T-spins. I do T-spin detection, and in versus mode, I can send garbage to the other player. And I think I have debugging stuff set up right now for that. So yeah, I've already got on the side here. I have garbage queued up. So when this drops, it's going to send in some garbage. It's queued up again, so it's going to send in some more garbage. There's the other garbage there. So that happens with line clears. These aren't really good pieces. There. I'll clear out that. And I can't do another. Oh, yes, I can. So I've got a this is going to be a combo of 1 with a line clear. So that's going to send over a piece to the other side. Sent it over. It's timing out. Now it's timed out. So now it's going to give them a piece. Add another piece. There's their block. This is the most recent thing I've gotten working, by the way. Yeah. I'm just gonna drop the other one there too. Master now not to pronounce something. That timeout viewer window, is that kind of like the pre-rendered frames? Like for instance, you load main menu and preload static boards into a buffer, then you can just swap the buffer. Not quite. No, so this right here is a view into the memory of the PPU, right? So the PPU only has enough RAM, enough memory for 2 screens, and it's mirrored vertically, right? So this is one screen, this is the other screen, and then you can see a duplicate of the top, right? And you'll notice, whoops, that this is just the background tiles. It doesn't show the active piece. So there's one, should be like right over here, and then another one like right over there. So the sprites are on a separate layer, so that's only the background layer. And then the sprites right here, so this is overlaid on top of it. These are 2 separate memory areas, by the way, right? Laid out completely differently. Is that why moving pieces would flicker? Yes! Yes, it is. Because the NES can only display 8 sprites on the same scan line. So when you have more than 8, if you don't flicker, that piece goes away. So to counteract that, you reorder essentially the sprites in memory, because it will take the first sprite it finds, no matter where it is on the screen, horizontally. It'll take the first one that it finds and draw those first, essentially, right? So if you never change the order and you have 9 sprites and they're all in the same line, that 9th sprite will never show. In fact, I might have a demo for that, actually. Do I have a demo for that? Because I was doing some sprite rotating stuff. So this might have been this. Yes. Okay. So this. Let me slow this way down. Speed. Quarter speed. Okay. So this right here is the sprite cycling. So that's the background layer. Nothing's there. It doesn't matter. Let's open up the sprite viewer. You can see that every frame. So this right here shows all the sprites in memory. Not rendered, but in memory. So this button here is run a single frame. So this right here, this over here is the order of the actual individual sprites in memory. So you can see every frame, I'm cycling them a little bit. And depending on the order, different sprites are displayed. So that's what's happening there. I don't know why that's disappeared, but whatever. Neither here nor there. Maybe it's because like there's too many sprites or some shit. I don't know. But that's what's happening there. That's what that's all about. CPU memory, is it 200? Yeah, 200. This is in the actual. Oh yeah, okay. So I am breaking something. Where is that one? Yeah, I'm not giving it the upper half of that for whatever reason. No. How do the NES CPU registers not get messed up at assemble time? What do you mean? Because I heard that most assemblers like to move variables to other registers so that the data is not a football field away from each other, but that's bad since the PPU always reads in the same locations each time. So that stuff is hard coded. So the assembler doesn't move anything. The assembler doesn't do any kind of optimizations whatsoever. It's a translation program that just translates the words of load A, store A, whatever, into the binary. You're thinking of a optimizing compiler that will take something like C, convert it to assembly, right? Do some optimization crap, and then do the binary portion of it, right? Or it'll take the C, parse it out into an AST, an abstract syntax tree, do the optimizations on that, and then convert that into assembly. That then gets translated into binary, the machine code. That doesn't happen here at all, because I'm coding directly in assembly. So that time of viewer thing, I know it's just a view of memory, but it's kind of, sort of, not really, but kind of like root entry vsync. Not really vsync, because you can absolutely split it across. You can tear it on command, and that's how certain effects happen, actually. So if I go back over to why is it not in my recents here? What? What? How the fuck? Hang on. Let me pull this back up. Open up. Okay. So I go back over here. I'm gonna hit start. We're going to speed, normal speed again, end it real quick, and get to the game over screen. Now I'm gonna hit select. I'm sorry, not start. Select. Okay. Now we're gonna go over to the. I closed it. Tilemap viewer. Okay. This is the memory layout for this screen. You'll notice that I'm showing the top line right there, which is what gets typed in. I'm showing the bottom right here on that screen, but the actual keyboard is the other screen. So what's happening there is when I get to about there, give or take, I force a screen tear, essentially, to the second name table, the second screen data, the second buffer, if you want to call it that, right? So it's then starting to draw from stuff over here. Let's see if this, the UI will actually cooperate. I don't think it will. Oh, there it is. Okay, so come on, 50, 40. Okay, so scan line 45, or you know, let's break on scan line 45, right there. Then we're going to go over to the event viewer, and we'll have that right there as well. So this right here is what's actually being drawn. Whoop. The yellow line is where the beam currently is on the screen, right? And this here is a representation of where the screen coordinates are. That's that gray box. And I'm going to run this one scan line at a time, right? So you can see the scan line going down, and eventually here, bam, right there, I switched it. I told the CPU, hey, by the way, I want to look at the second name table now. I want to look at the second buffer right now. So when that happened, now instead of reading over here for the letters, it reads over here instead. We're going to do some more scan lines. What button is this? F7. Read some more scan lines until we're done with that. Right? And now I want to show the erase space and end. So I tell it, oh, okay, we're back. We're back over here now. And then it shows it. Like that. Draws it there. Now, when this screws up... so the other day, I was doing a recording of this as like a, you know, little showcase. So the recording has a bug in it where that scroll thing, that scroll event doesn't happen, right? So we're gonna fast forward a little bit into the game over. All right, so here's the screen, right? I'm gonna start. I hit select. You notice something? It's not showing the rest of the stuff. It's just showing that one screen because I got a bug in some variable stuff. So it just switches the entire screen over instead of just the middle bit of it. DeMarcus, how you doing? Keep items from screen 1 to persist on screen 2 without redrawing it to screen 2. Yeah. And in fact, in like Super Mario, the top where it's got the scores and all that kind of crap, that's how that happens, right? So do that here. Where's S? It's right here. That top where it says, Mario 00, the coin 00, World 11. That is on one of the screens, and that is the same idea, right? This one does it a little bit differently than how I'm doing it, but essentially, once it gets to a certain point in the screen, it then moves from a static point, a static scroll value, to the scroll value to show the level. Yeah. Where's that music from? The music is from a service I use called Pretzel Rocks. I'm not sure what that last song was, but sorry. How should I read people's messages in chronological order? You gain message contact. I try to. It comes in and makes no sense. It gets mad at the viewer for being confusing. I mean, there'll be times where I miss messages. It happens all the time. But I do try to, go back and read up or whatever when I miss stuff. Unless it's going too fast, which happens sometimes. Not very often, but does happen sometimes. In which case, all bets are off at that point. Yeah, Pirate can't do that. He's got too much. Anybody with an active enough chat, right, where the chat's going fast enough, you can't really have conversations with individual people at that point. You're having conversations with the group as a whole. Yeah. Clarified what I meant by VSync. Well, yeah, I mean, VSync is a bad choice. Yeah, okay. Not a great choice of words, but still. Yeah. You have to stand out. My knowledge bomb. Even then, it's not really a conversation. And again, that's not specific to him. That's for anybody, right? You look at any sufficiently large enough streamer, and the only time they're really replying to a single person is through some sort of donation or TTS or what have you, right? Yeah. Otherwise, it's responding to the hive mind of chat or whatever, It's responding to the group of people as a collective, right? And at that point, it's usually responding to, repeated messages. Like, if a bunch of people are saying the same thing, you respond to that. Yeah. Oh, chat's very well, I mean, so yeah, again, it's you have to have a certain level of activity to switch gears between the two, right? Yeah. As soon as the chat moves fast enough, it's basically impossible to catch everything. Yeah. I have to pick out certain, right? Exactly. So when you're my size, you can actually read out every message, right? But with more active stuff, you can't even verbally read it. You have to read and respond, right? Read, respond. Yeah. Watch some shorts, and that's it. Yes, that's me for everybody. I just watch clips. I barely watch any streamers. Yeah. Chat's too fast at that point. It's just broadcast TV. Yeah, kind of. A little bit, yeah. And that's... Yeah. Well, that's why usually I'll lurk, if anything. You know, I won't usually participate in chat just because, whatever. I mean, like yesterday, I was lurking in a stream while I was playing shapes, while I was building the shape factory. I was there. It wasn't, you know, I had chat closed actually because YouTube chat is horrifically inefficient, horrifically inefficient, and Google does some bullshit with Chrome that makes it okay, but dog shit everywhere else. So my CPU usage will fucking skyrocket if I have chat open for any popular streamer on YouTube. Twitch won't do it, but YouTube absolutely will. Some streamers are nice, even STV. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, yesterday I was watching that Doobie Saba collab, right, where they were playing Peak or whatever. And that was just up on my second screen while I was, you know, building my factory. Must look at see, even Joe Mega, yeah, you're looking while playing shapes. That's fine. Yeah, I don't really want to get into any of the drama for that because that's just, I don't care, honestly. Yeah, I don't care to get involved in it. I don't want to have an opinion publicly on that, so I'm just not going to. Yeah. But yeah, so I was like I said, I was playing a lot of that yesterday. It was tempting to stream that today instead of Tetris stuff. I am going to be playing more of that later today, because again, I was starting the MAM, the Make Anything machine, with this, right? Shapes is what I was playing on Friday, which is a factory game distilled down to its core concept. Yeah. Luke, I'm not getting into it at all. I'm just not. Oh, right. OBS scene. Right here. Thank you. But yeah, so it's a factory game distilled into its core mechanics, right? So the other factory games that I've played, Factorio, Satisfactory, Foundry, all those are basically like, you know, you are mining resources like iron or copper or coal or oil or their fantasy world equivalent in Foundry. The same thing. You're taking those resources and you're smelting them, you're burning them, you're whatever, right? Into like a steel bar or an iron plate or whatever, right? And then you're feeding that stuff into another building or machine or whatever that has the recipe selected, right? So you need to find the resources for the recipe. The machine makes the thing at a certain rate. And then the product, either you send off for points somewhere, or it goes into making like science packs or something along those lines that eventually, like, you know, unlock another building, unlock progression, or what have you, right? This takes that and distills it. You're not doing iron, copper, whatever the fuck. It's this one's a circle, this one's a square. Make this half a circle, half a square, and give me. And yeah, it's really satisfying. Just got trains! I just unlocked yeeting the trains into the center void yesterday. No, that was today, actually. Because yesterday I got it all set up, and then today, I think, I just needed to get the piece count in to complete the milestone. But this, so, like, okay, yeah, you've got assemblers, and you have to, like, manage your resources. But the assemblers are something you make, right? That's what these things are, right? Well, these are technically painters. technically. It's painting shit. Yeah, that's what these are, by the way. So these are part of what's going to be the MAM. So this takes in a single piece type. You can see it's a star. And each one of these paints all 3 layers of 4 lanes a specific color. And at the very end, there's a filter, essentially, that turns that lane on or off. So it only lets through one shape of a specific color onto the belt. And they're not connected here, but you know, they will be, you know. Basically, mine resources, process them, and keep doing that until some machine makes them disappear to give you something immaterial. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I just got this figured out. I think this was yesterday or today. Why so large just to color a shape? Throughput. This right here will color 3 levels of it will color 3 full belts at full throughput, one specific color. And there's 7 individuals, 8 if you include this guy. So I don't have to change out the color in the pipes, basically, right? So I'm building this for switchover time, right? Optimizing it for switchover time, right? So this takes forever to charge, right? It takes forever to fill up with pieces when it's not doing anything, right? So from empty to fully charged and waiting for a signal takes like 20 minutes, right? Because it first has to fill this one up, then it fills this one up, and it fills this one up, right? Well, kind of, not specifically like that, but it, like, you know, it splits it here, right? So half go into this one, half go down the line, half go into this one, half go down the line. So the further you get, the more sparse the lines get, kind of, right? Until they start filling up or whatever. But that's fine because only one of these is going to be used at a time. In theory, you know. Well, no. So it builds on a lot of more basic stuff. So this is end game stuff, right? That's very end game. Some of the very end game stuff is what this is. This is the older version of it. I need to redo because I can't load this save anymore. This is a stacker with some filters. Cleans out old pieces essentially. It's a lot of routing. It's a lot of like routing the belts. This here is the old make anything machine. You can see I've got color mixing way down here, and I send these down all these lines here, right? So it takes forever to buffer, to charge up. Oh, and I even send in the piece this way. How do I actually do this again? Like, okay, so this is the piece input here, and then it's, oh god, oh right, it did some really weird shit. This one. Right, so I think this here was a full layer of pieces. So each layer has 4 quadrants, right? And each of those has 4 lanes across. So each lane was its own... Oh, I'm going to be handling it differently this time around. All right. Yeah, the orbs are paint. Yep, that's just how it displays. Right, so these are individual to the lane. So these are filtered on the lane itself, I think. Maybe? How the fuck? Yes. Okay, I see how this is doing it. All right. So the 4 piece types come in this way. And then it filters out and then it paints it a color. So the pieces are filtered, I think. And the color's filtered. But this is just for one lane. You can see this is the closest. This one is the next closest, right? Yeah. Like if I designed a CPU. There's that one game that I was playing a while back that was basically building a CPU. Yeah. That'd be colorful, right? Unless you play hexagonal mode. I'm not doing that. Yeah. For Milestone 3, this is the first step you need to make. That's not too bad, though. That's not it's tedious, sure, but it ain't too bad. I'm seeing it. Like an automall? Kind of, but like taken to the next level. Right, so this right here is, if I remember right, this right here was for a single layer. Right? And at most you could have 4 layers, so I had 4 of these. That's what this is. Right, and I had 3 of these for throughput. But each of these is for a single layer. And then this one combines these 2 layers. This one combines these 2 layers. And then this combines those 2 layers. 5 layers. Oh boy, look at you. Custom shape? Well, so here's a better view. I mean, you can make any shape you wanted, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be worth anything. Aren't you playing the shapes while streaming all the time? Yes. I want to watch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, so this was the first version of the MAM that I had in an older game. Does this game have a workshop? I have no idea. I haven't looked. I'm not really sure what the workshop would well, I suppose blueprints, but blueprints are just a file. This game is called Shapes with a Z. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that one. Yes, right here. Shapes 2, by the way, the second one. Fantastic game. Fantastic game. Project Fractaro with blueprints, so not workshop in the sense of add-ons and mods, but people sharing blueprints. Probably. You workshop for custom shapes and achievements? I mean, I guess. I don't know. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh my god. Ew. That's disgusting. So these shiny ones, by the way, are gems. Gems. Searchandsherwood.com. And they're handled differently. So standard shapes, you can like drop onto other shapes, stack them. You can cut them in half, right? All that kind of stuff. You can't do that with the gem pieces. They will shatter and delete. So you have to like handle it differently. But what am I even looking at here? Oh yeah, so they redid how that's done. Custom shapes is pointless because you can just go for the end game is it's RNG shapes, which is why you make the MAM, so it receives the shape it needs from the global whatever the hell, right? And it just makes that shape. Then it completes it, and then it goes on to the next one. It's 100% RNG, right? So it'll just keep making up shapes with different colors and orientations and layers and all that kind of shit, right? I mean, it has a progression though, right? So it'll start with just 1 layer, and then it'll go to 2 layers, and then 3 layers, and then 4 layers. But it won't go from 1 layer to 4 layer, back to 1 layer. Request an item makes it exactly. This is me trying to figure out color routing, This is an older version of the game, by the way. Things are a lot different now. So this, all of the color stuff, like all this crap, and like that over there, I consolidated that eventually into like something like this, right? Or this stuff over here, where it's just the color stuff for one layer, one half a layer, right? That has changed to handling all of it. Right there. And this guy right here. This handles all the colors. Takes in 3 primaries, spits out all the colors. Ramazan Encoder, how you doing? Ramazan Encoder, hello, welcome. Did I get this on the summer sale? No, I've had this for a while. Who wants to search the boot up shapes right now? No, I'm not booting it up right now. No, I'm playing that after stream. After stream, all right? Great day, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome. It's a lot of fun, that game. It scratches an itch. Scratches an itch. No. I don't want to stream for longer. Anyway, where was I here? What? Diffgame.inc. Some serious stuff. All right. Excuse me. Boarding and field. Oh, right. Yeah. Right. The broken practice mode crap. Again. So that was a bug that I had before that I fixed already. Do you arrange the letters of the keyboard in CHR ROM so they correspond with the ASCII standard? Yeah, so the letters in the character ROM correspond to their ASCII value. Not that one. This here. Not that. I had the tile viewer. Thank you for that file, by the way. Appreciate that. File viewer. Right here. Hex 20. That is space in ASCII. Hex 30. That is the number 0. I almost said the letter 0. The number 0 in ASCII. 41 is A. No. It ain't happening, Flaggin. Thank you for the bits, but it ain't happening. So yes, to answer your question, yes, I on purpose line these up with ASCII. Do I need to? No, I don't. In fact, many games do not. More shapes? No. Thank you for the bits, but no, not on stream. And even with CA65, you can set it up so you can type in ASCII in your source code, and that will translate it to non-ASCII stuff. He takes prime. Retracts prime. Okay, yeah, all right. Does it just make it easier? Yeah, it just makes it easier for me, right? Yeah. Because otherwise, I have to have like a translation table of like, all right, well, what is this letter really? All right, what is the real value for this letter? Because for, let's see, where do I have a quote? Only there, okay. Do I really not? No, it's gonna be in. What's it gonna be? Like the options shit. Here it goes. All right, right here. ASCII Z game options. All that really does is put a null byte at the very end of the string. This is copied into the ROM as ASCII. So if I find that, thank you for the bits, Flykin. Mayonnaise too much. It doesn't like word anymore. Yeah. Let me actually go over to ROM. Scroll down, scroll down. Eventually, in here somewhere, we will start seeing actual words. I forget where, but they're in here somewhere. There it is. Game options. Back. More options.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, mayonnaise, mayonnaise. Thank you for the bits. But yeah, so I do it this way, so I don't have to do any kind of translation. I can just read that ASCII byte and write it to the screen, right to the PPU, and it will just work, right? Mayonnaise an instrument? Yes. Yes, Patrick. Actually, it says no in the show, right? No, Patrick. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. But yeah, ASCII will be easy enough for text to the source with CS65 mapping stuff, but debugging is easier this way. Yes, since you know ASCII, now it's basically easier to work with the code for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do have some stuff set up, by the way. Thaddeus. I do have a utility set up where I can essentially compress it or remove unused glyphs in the font, really. But that requires character RAM. With how it's set up, because it's set up for variable width text, right? And I don't want to, and for that, I don't have to encode whole tiles. I can encode half a tile. And then I can just not include fonts that don't exist, or characters that don't exist in the font, right? And then I can just have it, 0 to whatever, or 1 to whatever, however many characters I have in the font. See that video where this guy was able to dump an entire game's ROM, specifically Pokemon Emerald Game Boy, by crashing it because the Game Boy would output the ROM contents as audio. I heard about that, yes. Reverse script to I think I actually saw that video, yeah. Translate from audio to a ROM file, but also pretty parity check against multiple audio files, even patch corrupt parts. He was able to get 99.7% match. I have heard of that, yes. No. Also helps I have plenty of ROM space as well. And I don't really need. I have 3 copies, I think, of the font. I think 1 for each. Yeah. So I've got 1 here. So this is the main color for the font, right? Which is the first color in the palette. And this one here, which uses the second color in the palette, right there. And then this one uses the third color in the palette. So I have the font in the ROM 3 times. The German SpongeBob show, his name is Tados Tentacle. Tentacle. Tados. Tados? Is that right? Tados? Where's the emphasis in that? If you sat and listened to the Crash game for long enough, like 4 hours or something, you could listen to raw audio assets in the game, like many music stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. That's funny though. I saw the link you sent before, Luke. I'm not gonna watch that. I did see it, yes. Anyway. What time is it? 6:30. Let me see if I can figure out what the hell broke with the with that shit again. CPU memory. I'm gonna go to field grid 0. Breakpoint on right. So do that. We're gonna over here reload. Okay. Store A 0. Okay. Really? Not label. I want a breakpoint there. Reload. All right. Yep. That's the first one. I expect that one. That one's... Why is... Wait a minute. Hold up. Why is that one 1? Wait a minute. Should be loading that. What data is it reading? Address pointer 4. I'm not sure if that's correct. No, not that. Okay. Let's have a look at where... Not that one. This is. All right, we're in the middle of the frame. Okay. Address pointer 4 is 926C. Let's have a look at 926C. Also, video size 2x on that. Debug. Memory viewer. 92. What? What? No, that is incorrect. Load board address. That's consistent at least, yeah. What if audio dumping ROMs is possible with newer or different consoles, or if dumping ROM contents as audio is only a side effect of the Game Boy games or hardware? It's probably a bug in that game specifically, honestly. All right, Flaky, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. When you fix things then break again, it would be helpful to write your make file to generate new ROMs that are ROM. No, not really. Because I've got source tracking essentially. I've got Git. That said, I do have a few versions of the ROM. They're date based. These I posted on Discord, right? So the most recent was this one right here. Okay, so let's step back and see where. Okay, load board address. Where is she gonna put a breakpoint on that? No, not that one. Edit. The right for that. 4E to 4F. So either byte. And then we're going to reload. Okay, it's there. All right. Game modes. Practice. DT cannon. All right. I was off by 1. X is 0. The first option in the board. All right, because yeah. Practice do button. Yeah, decrements, loads it, shifts it. 9252. It was a different bank. 9252 is right there. That is correct. But on bank 2 and 3. Go to an it. Selects the bank. Draw screen. Now it's going to select the bank for the code that it's going to. It swaps it out. So now, when it tries to read that, it is not reading the correct data. Yes, because I moved it into the other bank. Let's put the practice boards into the utility bank. So that's going to go shit. Page util. Okay, so what the hell is that actually? Menu practice? Menu practice. Practice boards. Push seg. Segment. Page util. Pop seg. Reload that. Okay. Game modes. Practice. DT cannon. Okay. All right. The address is now D264. That part at the beginning, didn't it? No, see, is at the end. Okay, D2 over here. 6-4 right there. Fantastic. And that's going to go over to what, here, I think? 26 bytes. That should now work. There we go. That's better. There we go. I fixed it. Fantastic. Beautiful. Beautiful. Switch bank earlier than expected. I mean, it's not that it switched bank earlier than I expected. It's that the code that's loading the data is in a different conflicting bank than the data. That's why it's called VBlank. You get nothing on the screen. When VBlank occurs, when I cannot load the next screen, that caused by what you programmed in your ROM, or is that normal CPU behavior? No. So what happened is I was reading board data from a bad spot. I was expecting data. I was reading code as data. So it was loading garbage onto the playfield, and loaded in such a way that there was a cell occupied, right where the next piece spawns in, which immediately game overs before the game actually kicks off, right? It takes like 2 frames or so or something like that for the game to actually like get up to speed. So if it games over in those 2 frames, it soft locks. Well, not soft locks, but it crashes basically, and gets into a state that it should not have been in, because then it's waiting for like an IRQ or something that never happens. Centerpoint, how you doing? Welcome. So that's not like something wrong with the hardware. That's purely a code issue. Fix loading practice boards again. Move the practice board data to the util bank. So it is still available when swapping to the game bank from the menu bank. Is there a vector by now? It's pretty much when you try to load code as PPU data, the PPU always crashes. No, so the PPU didn't crash. The PPU was doing exactly what it was supposed to do by design. What crashed was my code. My code was in a spot where it wasn't turning the screen on, essentially, right? It was waiting for an event that never happened because my code was wrong. And I never, in code, turned the screen on. Because I'm expecting a certain state when game over happens. So when that state is not fully realized, when that state isn't fully initialized, and that game over happens, you should go sideways. And that's what happens. So it's in a loop waiting for something to happen that never happens. Because I didn't get to the point where I was finished setting up. That's all that is. That's all that is. And the PPU doesn't run code, by the way. Like you can't program the PPU to do a specific thing. Every single frame, the PPU does a very rigid, predefined set of actions at a specific time. Always. Every frame, no matter what. Kind of. You can turn things on and off via a setting, a flag, essentially. You can change some settings with like addresses and whatnot. But as far as the operations it does the same exact thing every frame. That's why if you try to draw to the PPU while it's rendering, it's going to just barf all over the screen, because that is changing an address while the PPU is using that address. It doesn't crash it. It just uses whatever address it sees at that moment for whatever operation it's currently using that address for. And depending on what that is, different things will happen. You know, either the wrong tile will get loaded up, or it will write to the wrong location on screen, that kind of stuff. No, you cannot change the order, the speed, or the timing of those actions. You can enable and disable some things via settings, like turning the screen off as a setting you set on the PPU. You tell the PPU, hey, I'm setting this, don't draw. Don't draw the sprites. Draw the background, but not the sprites. I think it might still go through those actions, though. Yeah, because even if sprites are turned off, if you're drawing the background, it'll still read the sprites. It just, won't write them out to the screen. Yeah, the preview is not programmable. At most, it has some options that changes its behavior in certain specific ways. Right, exactly. Yes, the PPU cannot crash because it isn't programmed. It's a set of instructions that are burned into the die, essentially. Right? Yeah, fixed function. Trap, how you doing? Welcome. Exactly. Fixed function. It does its thing, and it does it always, no matter what the hell the CPU is doing. The CPU can crash, absolutely. But even if that happens, the CPU is just going to go about its happy day doing its thing, Like microcode, but not updatable. I mean, I guess. I suppose. Could they have made it able to draw while it's currently rendering if they gave it more address space? It's not about address space. I can add more address space to the thing. In fact, that's what the study box does. It doubles VRAM essentially. It adds 2 more name tables. That still doesn't mean you can write to it while it's drawing, because the PPU controls that address bus. Yeah, it would cause a bus conflict, exactly, which is different issues. Now, yeah, there are mappers that pull some shenanigans with that address bus. The MMC5 is one of them, actually, and that's how I can get all those colors, is because it's doing some shenanigans with the address bus, and it's reading the PPU address bus and keeping track of it on its own. And because of that, it knows exactly where it is on the screen currently, and can feed the PPU a different set of data than normal, right? PPU is using the address and data buses, and you changing the bits would affect what the hardware sees on the buses, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Now, can have dual ported RAM. They do use dual ported RAM so you can write to it while it's rendering. Really? The MMC5 knows where the PPU is because it knows where it isn't. It does this by subtracting where it is from where it wasn't. Getting the differential in space, and I still need to do that homebrew for the study box. That music crashed. With modern parts, you could do something like the double port RAM for the PPU memory. Have one port CPU accessible, which is what Trap said. Is this why are you linking Reddit? No, that's MMC3. That's on that chip. Can I just... God damn it. Just give me the fucking image. Copy image. Right there. The MMC3B. So that's one of the variations on the MMC on the MMC chip, which is a very common chip. Yeah, Reddit image links are annoying, really annoying. But yeah, I mean, the MMC5 is a similar package to this, right? That's not the deal one, is it? What do you mean? Series explains that very well, but Sebastian Lag? Lague? Lag? The PPU knows where it is. Is that actually a video? Dual port RAM isn't really common anymore. It was more popular in the 80s, 90s, but even then, not so much. I assume this because it's more complex circuitry, right? Oh my God, does this have like rusted traces? Somebody hasn't been taking care of their circuit boards. Oh my God. This has been terrible. Oh my God. The corrosion. Oh my God. This board is in terrible shape. Holy shit. That's disgusting. Yeah. We're just components sharing the same bus better? Yeah, probably. That poor board. Oh. Much more expensive? Yeah. Most of the time they block your browser's image viewer, so when you try to zoom in, it just zooms in the Reddit logo header. Yeah. Yeah, it exactly. Makes everything else small. It makes the image smaller, ironically enough. Yeah. Just been served by a new line. But Twitch doesn't do new lines. Yeah, Twitch doesn't do new lines. Yeah. Now, 3DS VRAM is even more special. It has built-in accelerated write-in copy routines. What? Even with 32-bit masking on copyright, which isn't all that useful but interesting. What the fuck? Accelerated copy and write. So does it have like a special like DMA or something? Where it can copy from one portion of its memory to another portion of its own memory internally? Maybe? What's the other big chip next to the MMC? So... I don't know. RAM, maybe? Possibly RAM? And then that's going to be CHR, ROM. This is going to be ROM. So yeah, it's probably RAM. Not save RAM, but RAM. Write these 32 bits to this whole bank of cells. Oh. Okay. Copy this bank of cells to that bank. Gotcha, yeah. Okay, so I was half there. But yeah, that's internal to the memory, right? So you send it a command and it copies a bank A to B. Or fills a bank with a byte. Or whatever. A word, I guess. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, because normally you'd have something like a DMA controller that like would read from one chip and write to another, for instance, right? It would take control of the address line and because it takes full control of the address and data lines, it could move a lot faster without having to like proxy essentially through the CPU. Yeah. So on every clock cycle, it could copy a byte, whereas if it was going to the CPU, every clock cycle, more or less, like at least one clock cycle is taking care of the instruction, right? It's going to read the instruction, read the argument to the instruction, read the data into a register, and then it's got to do the next instruction, like load or whatever, like, depending on the architecture, I guess, right? Yeah. That's where return required publishers to get chips that say PRG and CHR. I don't think they're required to. No results for NEC 64SO2 so far. At least no user results. Yeah, these are going to be ancient chips, by the way. So... Okay, this is a bad example. Because the NEC chip on this one is actually the ROM and not the RAM. This is the study box board, by the way, or one of them, that is. Yeah, so this has a ROM chip and 4 RAM chips. The 2 sets of RAM chips are different makes and models, and sizes for that matter. And on other study boxes, it's a different make. So these ones are Malaysia, whatever. And, I don't know, something Japan. But the other ones, I think one of the others might be NEC. Yeah. What's this PCB? I will bring up a better picture of it, because I have taken a bunch of pictures of it. Over here, and then over here, and then internals. Nope. And pics and internals. It is this right here. This is the cartridge side board. So this is what actually goes into the cartridge slot of the study box, which is this right here. Through the magic of buying 2 of them. It's a tape drive machine thing. And this is the board that interacts with the Famicom. So this has the ROM on it, which is this chip right here on the bottom. It's got 2 RAM. I believe this is, well, I don't actually know, honestly. It's either CPU or program ROM, or RAM rather. And this is the other CPU or program ROM. One of them is smaller. The one up here is smaller. This one's larger. So this might be the program ROM, and that might be the CPU ROM. RAM, rather. I'm sorry, RAM. And then this here is the mapper chip, and this is a communications chip with the other board. Yeah. It's so fast that modern DRAM using the MiSTer hardware can't keep up. Oh my god. That's one of the reasons full-speed emulation of 3DO on MiSTer is likely impossible, let alone accurate. Oh my god. The current attempt uses FPGA block RAM to provide a subset of the 1 meg of VRAM and tries to recognize the section used for the screen output and redirect VRAM to that for certain routines. But since you can have arbitrary number of FP segments for double, triple, etc. buffering, it doesn't always work out. Oh boy. No, basically require implementing that RAM in the FPGA instead of using the actual RAM. But that would probably take too much space in the FPGA. Yeah, exactly. Hello, how you doing? Sephora. I never say your name right. I'm sorry. But hello. Welcome. Got a raid and run? No worries. Please babysit these babies. Welcome, everybody. How you doing? I am distracted right now. I have a circuit board up on screen of the study box. A part of the study box. But we're working on some Tetris stuff today. I just fixed a bug for the second time. The same bug, but different for this, where it wouldn't load up the practice board correctly. Let me disable the breakpoints real quick. When loading up any of these, it's soft locked. It broke. But this is a little test board that I've already screwed up. To test out T-spins. Let's see if I can get this one in there. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. There we go. T-spins. Yay. Let me reload that and do that correctly this time. Wall test. Okay. There we go. That's what it should do. There we go. And this one, like that. And this one, Like that. There we go. That's what should have happened. We got that. I can do this one as well. Oh, okay. And then that. The other one. Other ones. I forget how this one works. Same idea, though. That didn't look like it worked right. Oh, no, okay. Huh. I think we've ever got the hang of T-spins or Tetris in general. I am terrible at T-spins. Absolutely terrible. I understand on a fundamental level how they work because I have now implemented T-spins and I have confirmed that they work. So I've been able to make up a board and get it working. So I understand them on an operational level. Creating the environment to correctly capitalize on this information, however, is fucking beyond me. I can't, for the life of me, get the hang of it. I can't. And then I see someone that's good at it pull spins out of their ass. Right? Now. And this is the last one here. Oops. Oh, okay, I've already screwed that up. Cool. It's actually lagging a bit because I've got so much shit open. Hang on, let me close some of the debugger stuff. So it's not like updating all these windows every frame. 'Cause that's what it does when I got the debugger stuff open. When all that stuff is closed, all the debugger stuff is turned off. So it's extremely responsive. Much more responsive now, right? Yeah. Boom. 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 Yay. Oh, well, okay, I screwed that up. Anyway. But yeah. T-spins. I'm terrible at them, but they work. And something we, biggest raise you've seen me get? I've had larger. But, I mean, that's, whatever. It's been a hot minute for those. Next piece is T. Yeah, so there's actually a game mode where I only have a single block. Right? Like any block. This helps in debugging for sure. Oh, I screwed that up. Like this mode is how I tested out perfect clears. I don't know if I'll be able to now because I've screwed the board up. So there's a very specific pattern to do in this for the perfect clears that I have already messed up. Let me reset that. Okay. Try that again. I gotta do like this, right? So if I do it this way, I can actually get a perfect clear. Like that. Perfect clear! Even says on the bottom. Yeah. That's its own game mode. And I have it set up for that way with the practice boards, just because most of the practice stuff is testing the T-spins. Oh, that's what I changed before. Was that right there? But yeah, it works, I guess. I suppose. Can I get that? Yeah. Oh. But yeah, so what I've making a point to actually handle in this is having the hold piece, for instance, having the correct colors, T-spins, and in multiplayer mode, which I think was what I was going to show before, have garbage. Right? I have to remove that. The garbage on the bottom. Right? So if I clear lines now, it will send those over to the other player. So this will send, what? At least 4. Yeah, 4. 4 lines over to the other player. So now once player 2 hits the bottom, it's going to spawn 4 lines. And I just got some of the combo stuff working with this. So now combos and T-spins count towards the number of lines. Or not count towards, but will change the number of lines, it will add to the number of lines being sent. So the higher the combo, the more lines sent. Oh, that was terrible. So even though that was a 1 clear, the fact that I had a combo sent a line instead of nothing. Right? Oh, yeah, I've also got the ghost piece, because that's not in standard Tetris. NES Tetris. Yeah, I need to actually do the game over mode, which... Not mode, state. The game over state. Whatever. I can see Tetris plays over for this. Yeah, that's the plan anyway. That's the hope. I think you haven't done a player 2 yet. There's notifications, but one thing at a time. Yeah, one thing at a time. Is the same render logic for both boards, or you duplicate it at all? Kind of, sort of. So for the logic, it's actually the exact same. I call the same routine twice. One for player 1, one for player 2. I set a register saying, hey, this is player 1, by the way, and it does everything for player 1. Then it returns. I set the register to player 2, does everything for player 2. And it handles the correct spots in memory. For the render itself, that is unrolled code. Not only copy-pasted, that is unrolled. Because that needs to be fast. Right? And I'm pulling some bullshit. I'm pulling some shenanigans with this as well. The playfield. I'm only writing attribute data, essentially. I'm not writing tiles. I'm writing tiles once, at the very beginning. Every single tile in the playfield is tile ID 0. Every single one of them. It's just that it's a different color, right? It's a different attribute for them. Different attribute in different bank. It's a different CHR bank, right? So if I open up tile map viewer, let's turn off the overlay and go to attribute view. You can see all the colors are different, right? So I'm setting the attributes to that color for that tile. And then I'm also tile viewer. Okay. Have a look at the top one here. Every single tile is set to ID 0. Tile index, ID 0. Every single one of these is ID 0, even when they are a different tile. I get the different actual tiles is because I changed the character the character bank for each and every tile, right? So this is that tile it's looking at with little blank spots. That's one of them. That's the second color in the palette, right? So either green, blue, orange, or yellow, right? Oh, I'm sorry, that's the third one. Hang on. Oh my God, really? 1,000. There it is. This one is the second tile, the second color in the palette. Gray, purple, cyan, red. And this one, whoop, whoop, whoop. 2. That's the second color in the tile, in the palette. And then this one here is the clear tile, right? Same tile set with different color palettes. Yes, yes. And this one here is the clear. So whenever you clear a line, it replaces those lines with that tile right there, the white one, right? So I go in here, there, and then there, and there. Oh, well, you saw it, right? Do that again. Let me just debugger, frame. F8, right? F8. Okay, there it goes. So I hit hard drop to actually time out the gravity crap. Right, that's what we're waiting for. Is the gravity. So it places the tile, so it changes the palette, or not the tiles for the piece being placed. Change that entirely. So sprite viewer. Index 11, so that's a different tile entirely. So that one is oh, it is that one. Okay. Oh, it just blanks out the right. It blanks out the color. So these are the two sprite tiles, by the way. So they're just on the same. They're on the same bank as the rest of them. But these are the exact same as on the other banks, just in a different spot. Marcus, you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And then, after a few more frames, finds the rows that you cleared, turns them white. The same way it's turning everything else different colors. And then every few frames, it deletes some of them. Little animation. And then moves everything down in a single frame. Oh. Oh, that's pause. Yeah, I'm putting in a bunch of polish. Still a lot to go. Still some stuff to do. Especially for versus mode, that's not finished at all. But progress. Oh, combo of 3. That's the highest I've gotten in a while. So I've got some versions of this on Discord, versions of this ROM from at least 2 weeks ago. I don't remember exactly when. I'll put this ROM on Discord after stream, just so people can play around with it. And find bugs that I haven't found. Right? Apple. What the? Does that not clear? Oh my God. So what happened? Okay, I know what happened there. Okay. So I got another clear that was shorter than that before that last one timed out. That's what happened. I'm gonna have to fix that. Let me make a note of that actually. Or that's not too. That's a fix me. Clear. The whole notification, even when another row clear happens before it times out, before the notification times out. Yeah, yeah. Replacing the message doesn't clear it. So basically, what I need to do is, so I know I clear the message when it times out fully. So basically, when I don't, so when it doesn't time out, I need to take that value still, and subtract the length of the new notification, and add that difference. To the new notification as blanks, essentially. I'll do that some other time though, not tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Oh yeah, I've got levels in this too, where the more you play, the faster it gets. Forgot about that. I never get this far. Or I never get that far, I guess. I never get too far. Patty's message with trailing spaces, but doing it properly would probably be better. Yeah, I think I want to do it properly so I don't have to worry about that data, you know? And I can change the messages without worrying about, you know, doing other data change stuff, right? Ooh. It's real fast now. Uh-oh. That was not the spot I wanted that. Or that. I'm bad at this, wow. Anyway. Oh. Yeah. I forgot on Steam. I think it might wrap up. Very close to perfect clear there. Not quite though. Not quite. It was close, but I missed a few things. Yeah. But yeah, I think we'll pick this up next time with doing the game over in versus mode, because we've got the garbage down. So what do we have left other than bug fix stuff? What do we have left to implement? Right? So we've got game over for multiplayer. We've got the clear notifications for multiplayer. Realignment of stuff on this screen and clean up a little bit, right? Oh, these guys right here. I do want to use smaller pieces for the hold and the next. Shippers have to show moving effort? No. I haven't started up that stuff in so long. In fact, the secondary encoding server that I have, I need to reinstall that because it's running Arch, and it hasn't updated in well over a year. So I don't think I'll be able to update that. I think I have to start over from scratch and reinstall the system because it's been so long. I haven't started that up in over a year, I think. A year or two. So no. I'm sorry, Luke. No. But yeah, there isn't much left to do. I do need to do some audio stuff. I'm not implementing an audio engine, mind you. I am using a prefab audio engine for the Famous Studio suite, software thing, whatever the hell. The Famous Studio driver. I do need to figure out sound effects. So I'll make the sound effects. I am not thinking of bringing it back. Not anytime soon. So I do want to actually make some sound effects for different actions that happen in the game, different events. Those I can do. And I'll commission somebody for some music, for some actual music tracks. Maybe we'll work on that next time. Some sound effects. And getting those in there. See what sounds right. I don't know. We still have some stuff to do. But it's mostly polish type things now. I don't know. We're getting close. We're getting close to the end of this one. When I say close, it's still a few months out, you know, because I'm working on it basically only on weekends, only on stream, really. But yeah, we're making progress on this. We're making progress. I didn't commit that. Oh, yeah, how dare you? Come over here. That's the wrong password. So that's 2-player game over, 2-player notifications, 1-player layout fixes, 1-player smaller piece holding next, and adding sounds and music. Do you think you want to implement that high score display in 1-player mode or just remove it from layout? I think I might just remove it from the layout, honestly. Now that because that was before I had like the high score table, you know? And adding like the highest score to that, I mean, this kind of would be straightforward anyway. Because that's just something that would be written on initialization for that game mode. And then forgotten about, you know? What about having just a single piece tile and having the PPU construct each piece? What? I'm not sure what you're asking there, Luke. And I think you have already forgotten our discussion about the PPU from earlier. All right. Hang on. So let me add some of this stuff in now. We're gonna undo that in the versus mode though. Okay. So this is mostly just adding some comments. diffgame.inc or whatever. Add JS mode. If cached. Add some comments. Yeah, alright. There you go. Each texture shape is made up of several piece tiles placed next to each other. Yes. Yep. Both have sprites and one land on the board. Yes. Yep. I've already got tiles doing that. So I have a look at the sprite viewer. There's up here. Oh, okay. Well, it's game over right now. If I reload, go to versus. These are the sprites, the pieces for each player. They're individual blocks like that. Is if you saw these right here, these I'm planning on using. These I am planning on using on just some UI elements for one-player mode for the edge of the screen for the next pieces and all that kind of crap. The hell piece, specifically because these are smaller than the pieces used in the game. Yeah, these are not used. None of this stuff here is used right now. That's not used. Well, some of these are used. These aren't. Those are. These aren't used. I don't remember if those are, or if all those are. I don't think these are used over here. Oh, what did I just do? These guys aren't used. Some of this stuff isn't used. Oops. Too far up. These aren't used yet. They will be. These aren't used. No. Control Z on some of this. I'm gonna save that. It's fine. Player one notice for T-spins, yeah, and also handling mini T-spins if you decide you want them. I have all of the scoring code in there, so I do want them. I think it's just a matter of detecting them correctly. Yeah, we're close, but so it's mostly smaller things now. It's not like implementing a whole game mode or whatever. I've got all the physics for the actual game finished. I've got all of the clearing and the garbage working. I've got the wall kicks working, all that stuff. Yeah, it's just mostly the smaller things now. The what happens when you lose kind of thing in multiplayer mode. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up. I need to get some food here in a little bit. I'm saying having a single 4x4 tile for pieces. Just copy that single to the other parts on the screen. Make up each tile to make up each shape of the pieces. So you can't have 4 pixels by 4 pixels for a single tile because tiles are 8 by 8. Yeah, and I'm already constructing these pieces by the blocks. So yeah, I'm already constructing them by the blocks. That's how I'm doing it already. Excuse me. But anyway, I could have more game modes if you want. The invisible block mode. That one would be dead simple to actually implement because all that would be is just instead of writing tile 0, write tile hex 20. That's literally all it is. Nothing else changes. Because that is space across all the banks. So once a block is down on the ground, once a block is placed, it disappears. You'll still see... No. You won't see line clear, so that would need to be fixed, I suppose. Yeah. Do I have a to-do list somewhere? No. I'll write one maybe. I don't know. We'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, we're gonna go see someone else, I think. We're gonna go raid somebody real quick. Yeah. Is time attack mode actually implemented yet? No, that's one of the ones that's not implemented, I don't think. If it is, it's by accident. it's by accident. I don't show the time anywhere. It might actually be correct. I'd have to verify how I do the sorting for the scores though. I'd have to change that, but yeah, I don't think that's fully implemented. What about a puzzle mode where you use the 2-player screen and you have to copy the puzzle to the blank screen? What? No. I'm not doing any of that crap. No. Anyway, we're gonna raid someone real quick. I will be back next weekend, Friday, doing some stuff. I think we have something too showing the time. Regular mode 2 or just the time attack? Probably just time attack. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, I need to actually do the correct command. There it is. I don't know. 4 pages per bolt, not 2 in shapes. Yep. The more we think, the more we find a fix. That's why I don't want to think right now. Anyway, come with me to say hi. I would really appreciate it. I will see you on Friday, probably. Probably do more of this. If I can resist the temptation to do something else. But yeah, thank you for being here. As always, I appreciate it. And you have a good night. Bye-bye.